Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first ever Akash Accelerate. On behalf of Overclock Labs and Akash Network, it is my pleasure to extend our gratitude for each and every one of you for joining us on this momentous occasion. Today is a special day, not only because we are celebrating Akash Accelerate, but also because it is a very special milestone. It is the birthday of our very own Greg Osuri. Akash has received remarkable growth over the last few years, establishing itself as a leader in the DePIN space. Our mission to provide open and permissionless compute remains unwavering, and we are excited to share with you the latest developments and advancements to date. Today, you will have the opportunity to engage with industry leaders in both the AI and decentralized physical infrastructure sectors. We will be showcasing exciting projects that are building on the Akash network and offer you a chance to connect with the core team and our esteemed guests. Once again, thank you for joining us for this day, and we look forward to engaging in an informative event. Please silence your cell phones, as this is a live and broadcasted presentation. My name is Amanda Kay. I am the events manager at Akash Network, and it is my pleasure to welcome Akash founder and Overclock Labs CEO, Greg Osuri, to the stage.
Thank you, Amanda. It's amazing. We have about 1,000 people registered, so seeing this incredible community. It's not always obvious online, who the person behind the keyboard is. So having an opportunity to bring people together and see in real life and really look at how loving and engaging this community is incredible. So I want to take this opportunity, host an all-day event. So much happens across Akash. Even our team is hard to keep up what's happening, right? So this is an incredible time to welcome everybody. So before we wanted to kick off the event, I wanted to actually take a trip down the memory lane, because it's not very obvious, how we came. A lot of people don't really have the context how we came about. So if you really put the origin, the Genesis block, we founded the company Overclock Labs since 2015. My co-founder here, Adam Bozanich. That's him in the photo. He found it, after 2 kids and 10 years down on the experience belt. It's funny because Overclock began right after Kubernetes was founded. Kubernetes was launched in 2014, and we were so fascinated with the technology, we wanted to make Kubernetes a more production ready and fault tolerant across the globe. These are some of the origins, right? I have a tendency to keep my notes archived, and I was just pulling up some of the old designs for Akash, and you can see the kind of parallels that we have in the design to what Akash today is, to what we originally began. Things haven't changed. The vision remained intact. Only the product came along quite a lot. We began the company in 2015. To make edge computing or high performance computing a possibility, with Kubernetes as a foundational layer. And during the course of our development, we wrote quite a lot of code, right? We wrote a few libraries that are very actively used by Kubernetes community. In fact, there's a video here from 2015 that talks about Akash. So the first line of code for Akash was written about 9 years ago. And this is a video here. If you follow the link, you'll see how we were able to essentially boot up global clusters, about 20 different locations you can boot up in a single click and have them communicate in a single namespace, single IP address space. So all this very advanced stuff that we were doing, all this clustering across the globe, like federated clustering, all that, we began really 9 years ago. And the journey, it's amazing how far we've come along. And some of the libraries we wrote got very high prominence in the community. This is a screenshot from GitHub. You can see here I was ranked number 4 for the libraries we've written for Akash. I mean, right in between Google and Mozilla, and only human being on the list, and ranked number 13 across the globe. This is for Golang, and the other ones for Globe, because our code that we wrote are deeply embedded in the Kubernetes ecosystem at this point. If I delete these repos, the internet will break. So This is the beginnings of Akash was founded in this deep infrastructure passion and libraries we wrote. And the libraries are now used by some few known companies that you probably heard of. These are the original Akash source code. Now it's used by NVIDIA, IBM's HashiCorps of the world. Still is, till date, right? So in fact, NVIDIA uses Akash libraries in their Kubernetes drivers. So any decentralized network or network that uses Kubernetes and NVIDIA GPUs effectively use Akash source code today. AWS CLI actually uses Akash source code too. A lot of the Department of Defense to Dockers of the world. Akash is very deeply integrated. Akash's libraries that are deeply integrated into some of this source code. And all this is verifiable. And if you go to the GitHubs, you'll be able to see actually see the dependencies. It's fascinating to see how far the libraries have spread across, right? And really, if you know, originally when we founded Akash, we didn't go down the decentralized route. In fact, it was very centralized. Even though we're doing this large-scale cluster deployments, the control plane was very centralized in the sense it was usually on a server or two. But the challenge with centralized control plane is fault tolerance, right? So when you have large clusters talking to a single control plane, the chances of the control plane breaking down or causing deadlocks is a common issue, right? So we quickly realized that you cannot scale to any level of high performance using a centralized control plane. The only way to really massively scale is go back to the roots, how internet was founded, a decentralized network where instead of a single control plane, we could have a decentralized control plane where there's no dependency on a single point of failure. So, and we discovered that was an incredible way to scale, and that's how we kind of stumbled upon blockchains, because blockchains happen to be the only data structure that would allow us to have a decentralized control mechanism or decentralized coordination mechanism, right? So we originally began as Kubernetes and very deep infrastructure software to realizing that decentralization is the way to go. This was somewhere in 2016, 2017 timeframe, and that's where our decentralized journey really began. We wrote a paper, we published, actually the first version in 2017, but the subsequent version in 2018, that introduced the notion of a supercloud, right? So the Akash supercloud platform, where we said, well, we can decouple the control plane from the resource plane, where the resources could effectively be any cloud-capable compute, and the control plane in a decentralized setting can actually create something called a supercloud. And the idea of a supercloud was getting formulated. I think Cornell was the company that, the institution that really formalized the word, but we really liked the idea and what supercloud represented, and aligned really well with our values and what we've been building as open source developers, and it was not hard for us to see how that's relevant to building Akash. And in fact, in 2018, we also, in our white paper, we talked about primary use case being machine learning, right? So we looked at GPUs, we looked at we anticipated the need for GPUs because the data was incredible. It was very, very, very transparent. The cost of GPUs and the cost of compute was only going to go up for machine learning because the data sets are just getting larger and larger. And we specified the primary use case for Akash is machine learning. It just took 7 years to realize that, but this is really, some of these papers we wrote are incredible wealth of history behind Akash. And it was just, 2018, we chose Cosmos. Actually, we began on Ethereum initially, and it was very obvious for us that Ethereum was not going to scale, and Cosmos was the only sort of like framework that would allow us to create our own sovereign blockchains. But the challenge with Cosmos is there's very little community. So we, in fact, created this incredible way to recruit community through testnets, right? So you hear airdrops and incentives now very common, but back then in 2018, nobody really thought about how do you even go build a validated community, right? Because how do you recruit folks to even validate your chain? Fortunately, with Akash, we gave a 3 million AKT, which is quite a lot now, back then, and we were able to attract a lot of developers. And the good thing about Akash is very easy for folks to understand. It's a cloud network. It's easy if you use a cloud, use Akash, right? So we are very fortunate to be able to attract technically minded folks that would come and experience the testnets, experience the product, and some of them ended up being validators. And these validators ended up actually purchasing a lot of our tokens because they wanted to validate this. So we didn't really raise money from your traditional means. We raised money from people that use Akash or validate on Akash, right? So that's how we were able to bootstrap, and that became the foundation for our culture, right? Because we are a culture of users that want to build what a world that we see we should operate like. And I'm so glad that our first investors or quote unquote users of Akash network token happen to be the validators who also happen to be technically aligned that could actually use Akash network to deploy their node. So it became such an incredible, owner-owned network from the get-go. And I think that set a very strong culture as we went radically open source. We launched a mainnet in 2020. First time ever a decentralized network could launch general purpose compute. There was nothing like it. The only thing that was close to Akash was Golem, and Golem was not general purpose, it was special purpose compute. And Akash was the first general purpose compute that you can actually demonstrate a Docker container running in a decentralized setting. They call it the Airbnb for data centers without the cleaning fee. So, the transparent pricing and the open sourceness was very attractive. It didn't obviously have all the great features that we have today, but it was ephemeral. It was very foundational in nature in 2020. As we went about deploying and developing Akash network, we made some incredible progress, right? We added persistent storage, which enabled databases and enabled storage, heavy applications to be able to deploy on Akash. We did IP address-based discovery, which allows for a lot more versatility when it comes to discovering nodes. In fact, Akash is one of the largest IP address marketplaces. We don't really talk much about it, but one of the beautiful things about IPs, which is really a scarce resource, right? I think IPs are more scarce than gold. Think about it, right? It'd be cool to have an IP coin someday that's backed by IP addresses, but it's really a scarce namespace. But Akash is a great place to get IP addresses. And of course, the big update that came in 2023 was accelerated compute with GPUs. And that, even though we set out our journey in 2018 to get accelerated, took a long time to get here because NVIDIA really didn't have drivers, enabled for Kubernetes. In fact, if you look at my source code being using NVIDIA drivers, again, which is used by us, it's just a very incredible circular loop we go, right? It's awesome to see how commingling of open source software happens, and that's really, we take a lot of pride because building decentralized systems is about building upon each other's work, right? And building open source systems is about building upon each other's work, and that's very central to Akash as a culture. And the latest we did is private containers, and as you know, privacy is very hard on blockchains. In fact, anything private is, of course, all the data that's here on Akash, the system containers are private, but the access to the container has to be public by design. By shipping private containers means we had to think about how do you do secrets management. It's a very complicated aspect we were able to ship this year. One of the key moments for Akash is going radically open source. In a sense, even though we began as open source, the source code was open, but not the process to get the source code. But at the beginning of 2023, and really in the end of 2022 and beginning of 2023, we went radically open source in the sense, including the process of setting the roadmap is open source, along with the code. That was such an incredible, a moment for us because now we're able to attract all the way from, I think we had 20 or 30 contributors before we open source to now, before we went process open source, now we have about 500 contributors to Akash network. Every aspect of Akash network is open source, all the way from product meetings. We don't have any Overclock Labs, which is the primary contributor to Akash, does not conduct any private product meetings anymore. It's all done in the public. The video is posted on a permanent chain, on our blockchain. Go to our GitHub, you'll be able to see the entire history of all the meetings, all the decisions made. Meetings are transcribed and easy for people to read. So in case you don't come to a meeting, you can catch up. You can use an AI now, I guess. People are training on our meeting notes. So you can actually ask, hey, who made this decision, when, and why was X feature not enabled, even though it was in the roadmap. So you can have this wealth of knowledge is completely open. And so when people come build tomorrow, they have this history they can go back to and ask reasons why, right? With AI, you're able to achieve so much more in terms of how back and how easy you can retrieve information. And Akash, GitHub is a wealth of information. We have publicly funding enabled, right? And that's a key aspect of being open source. Open source is great, but if you don't have a way to sustain open source, it's kind of useless. And we see that happen quite a lot with Kubernetes. And Kubernetes, we have a contributor churn problem now, right? So people come and contribute because I love the software, but at the same time, how do you sustain doing that in a full-time setting? So Akash has a very open funding mechanism. There are about 30 proposals that fund various activities of Akash. In fact, this conference is funded by the community, right? Even though Akash doesn't have a leader, I'm just a core contributor. Me going first doesn't mean I'm leading the project. I am a contributor to the project. Hopefully, I would like to see next Akash Accelerate someone else give this keynote, and that's really the goal, right? The goal of Akash is to create an open environment where participation is equal on every field. You can actually scan this link. You can see the funding proposals. So if you have an idea for Akash, to build an Akash, be it software, be it events, be it anything, you can actually apply for funding. I think there are about $30 million in the community pool that are actively delegated for funding different aspects of Akash. This model was designed after Kubernetes, so we were able to take what worked in the previous prominent open source software and being able to leverage that in Akash. So incredible stories. We have two companies three, in fact, Overclock Labs, CloudMost, and Praetor, all different companies, building on top of Akash now merge, right? So a common pattern we see is open source companies, when you don't have a sustainable way to continue your operations, we found a way to keep those teams going, right? So CloudMost was a client built on top of Akash, built by our community members, because Overclock Labs, by design, did not build a client, because we think client is where you capture most value. So we let that opportunity for anyone that's aspiring and gave one opportunity for people to go build clients. So we have about 7 different clients now on Akash, and one of them happened to be CloudMost, which is the most popular and most widely used client, building on top of Akash now part of Overclock Labs, but still funded by the community. We just act as a vehicle for them to operate. Same thing with Praetor. Praetor makes provider management on Akash extremely simple. Now we're part of the Overclock Labs team, and we're creating an incredible cohesive product now with Praetor and CloudMost. With accelerated compute, this was the first time a decentralized network is able to offer high density compute on demand for general purpose purposes, right? So till now, there's no other network that could offer a GPU to run a Docker container, right? Akash is the first one. In fact, the price points are so attractive. You can get sub $2 H100s on demand, which is unheard of, right? So Akash still remains to be the only general purpose platform that can offer price points at these levels. I mean, for context, H100 on Akash costs about $1.46. Same thing would cost about $12 on Amazon. If you can get it, that is, right? It's very hard to get compute on anywhere, on-demand compute. In order to get H100s, you need to get into this long contracts. No one's going to give you a researcher that wants 2 H100s on demand. It's just the demand supply is just not there yet. I mean, I can do a whole talk on like GPU supply shortage, but yeah, Akash being able to offer H100s is meaningful, because when you see, there's this story on Semaphore, I highly encourage you to read it. I call it Spiceman's Flow, because right now, researchers or anyone that's starting a company that doesn't have millions of dollars to get into this long contracts with these hyperscalers, have really no way to get GPUs, right? In fact, Semaphore did a piece. This is in last year, in October 25th. This is the first time mainstream press is actually talking positive about crypto. I mean, till now we've been riddled with FTX of the world and SBS of the world. I mean, and the Terra Lunas of the world. For the first time, they said something positive about crypto, and that story was highlighting Akash. This story is about how a Columbia student was, an AI researcher in Columbia, trying to get a bunch of chips to do some fine tuning, was not able to get chips anywhere, right? And then they could come to Akash and easily find the chips. And actually, in fact, that student ended up starting a company because he was so excited, and that company got acquired all within like 4 weeks. And he's actually in the audience somewhere. So he's working with this company called Brev, which is loved, which is loved all around by AI researchers. He's here to talk about his story, but this story is very, very interesting for those of you that want to go check it out. Growing ecosystem, we have amazing companies now building Akash. A lot of AI now. AI is just taken over. We have News Research, which is a very prominent team. They're known for their model called Hermes. They're training their model on Akash now. And University of Austin, the professor is here to talk about various programs that we have going on with a lot of researchers there. Brev, which is very popular, machine learning platform as a service. You can go to Brev today and just deploy Akash nodes very quickly without credit cards, without crypto or anything. It's just a very mainstream sort of like application. NodeChip, they recently were on the building a GPU aggregator. They were on TechCrunch recently about their funding announcement. In fact, we found out about NodeChip from TechCrunch because they mentioned they raised X amount of $1 million to build on top of Akash. And that's what permissionless systems are. It's beautiful when you see like examples and then we hit them up and they're like, oh, they're cool people, right? So it's amazing. We don't do partnership announcements, as you know. Maybe very, very rarely do announcements. We never almost do any announcements without integration, right? So we're famous for doing announcements post-integration, or at least have a demo, right? We don't do announcements after phone calls, for first phone calls, like most people in crypto are leaning towards. But building an amazing, and Morpheus is, again, here at Venice, which is Venice AI, which is Erik Voorhees' new project. Erik will be here very soon. Them using Akash, he mentioned, and he loves Akash and whatnot. So it's an amazing, growing ecosystem of folks that are integrating Akash deeply into the protocols and products. And so far, we were able to do 58 million gigabyte hours. So memory is one of the most scarce resources that we measure our success on. With 58 million gigabyte hours is a lot of gigabyte hours. If you look at our trend, our last quarter, AI has been a phenomenal demand generator, and you can see the trend how we were, we're not that growing, but the last quarter for somehow we just took off, right? That also aligns fairly well with leases. Leases are applications deployed on Akash, about 180,000 applications deployed in total, in aggregate on Akash. You can also see the trend in last year, we just shot up, right? So, with that, our key priorities today remains to be continuing to get adoption, which means removing friction, right? So Akash is still, the way I describe it is, as you can see the history when we began Akash, it was really to make Kubernetes usable, right? Because Kubernetes is only used when you have the scale. It's not used when you have to just bootstrap a single application, right? Kubernetes is like taking a Ferrari to get groceries, right? So, and that we have the same problem because Akash is built for scale. We really originally designed for scale, but we haven't quite made efforts in addressing users that are not looking for scale, they're just looking to tinker, right? Like researchers, for example. Most machine learning folks don't really yet care about scale. They care about running the PyTorch or some simple application. They care about SSHing into a box, right? So those simple use cases, Akash doesn't, it supports, but you have to quite a lot of work to get to those simple use cases, right? So a big challenge is how do you make a Ferrari that you can take to groceries? Right, that's really the challenge, right? So with Console 2.0, I'm very, very excited. We're making some incredible investments. Happy to show you what we have going on. The goal is to attract anybody and everybody, and we have cloud practitioners, AI researchers, traditional developers that are not crypto, right? How do you get them to use? Because really, Akash's most users, as you can see in the previous slide, are mostly non-crypto folks, and that's really we take a lot of pride there. And when people use Akash, people shouldn't say the crypto is just a infrastructure thing. Is not the product. The product is a cloud. And on the other side, as we improve our demand, we also need to improve our supply. And some of the things we're doing is through incentives, right? So we are very careful on how we design incentives. As you can see, some of the newer networks got Sybil attacked, and for a reason, right? The reason we don't want to go broad is because it's very challenging to do incentives really well. If you just go open and be like, hey, let's see what happens, you get Sybil attacked, right? So you get, because it's crypto. So designing incentives where those attacks or the attack surface is minimal, at the same time the quality is higher, is very, very hard, especially for non-verifiable compute. So designing a system where we are currently in pilot for the incentives, which worked out really well, and we are very careful in what the kind of proposals we make that'll lead to our FDV, because you get one shot and you waste all the incentives early without thinking through carefully as to how these incentives are distributed, you're not going to get another shot. We see so many failures in crypto, including some of the big ones that I don't want to name, but some of the big ones that ran out of the tokens because they were too broad, too early, without nailing your demand. So it has to be a good equilibrium in terms of your supply and demand. It's about utilization. It's not about how many GPUs you have, right? So our utilization, fortunately, our lifetime utilization is about 40% for GPUs, which is fairly high. In fact, for high density GPUs, it's significantly higher, somewhere north of 60%, right? So we always keep that utilization as our North Star. So oversupply or over demand is not a good thing. So that's really what our goal is, to keep that good equilibrium, because providers need a good demand, whereas the tenants need to see racks full when they come to the store, right? So that's really the challenge. And the new user experience is broad, right? Like, of course, the goal of console to be able to invoke from pretty much any link we have, from the console, direct link to GPU landing, and we have some incredible ways to use Akash. One-click launch a vanilla SUSE or a Ubuntu instance that looks and feels like a VM. So with regular SSH, with regular whatever you used to like using a DigitalOcean. So that's the goal, without going through the crypto experience, right? Akash right now is non-custodial only, so we'll be adding managed features where you'll be able to log in using Google or GitHub, using credit card, along with making sure they have the non-custodial aspect intact, because we can't compromise custody for convenience, which is not a choice. It is an optional. It's not a must, but it's an optional aspect, right? So you can either choose custodial or you can choose a non-custodial experience. And the goal is to minimize as much as custody from anyone, right? But we do realize that we need to be managed for folks to be able to experience Akash without crypto. So a lot of good things coming in Console 2.0 and a roadmap, right? So we look at, so far we've come quite a lot, and the goal really is to get to cloud parity, in the sense like, in a few years from now, we should be able to go to Walmart or some large company and be like, hey, you can move all your stuff from Amazon to Akash. We're not there yet. We need to build a lot of capabilities, right? So we are very hyper-focused on key primitives that will move the needle pretty aggressively, but we have incredible stuff, all the way from reserved instances, all the way from managed backends. That means you'll be able to plug in a database or a cache server that's managed by someone else and not managed by you. That makes it super easy for you to use Akash, access control, reputation management, secrets management, a whole lot of things that are coming up on a roadmap. I mean, you can scan the link for actual roadmap in what we have going on, so you'll be able to see the real meat. In fact, if you look at the roadmap from before, this is a roadmap from 2019. You see the private containers here. Nothing has changed much. I mean, we kept improving and just kept delivering. So one of the amazing things about Akash is that I take a lot of pride in how consistent we are, right? Like all the way from writing our white paper to designing our first roadmap to delivering on the roadmap. We haven't changed course, and we haven't pivoted. We haven't done anything. We're one of the few projects that actually delivered what we say we're going to deliver in our white paper, and continue to do so, right? So our roadmap is not very different, right? And you can see a lot. If you actually, the slides will be out very soon. You can compare some of this stuff. In fact, I have these books in there. I'm happy to show you, but it's amazing to see and review our history and be like, hey, we were. It took 4 years to get private containers, but we got it. It took 5 years to get GPUs, but we have it, right? So it's awesome. Yeah, thank you, and here to answer any questions. How are we doing on time?
I noticed the relationship with UT Austin.
Yes.
Yeah, can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, so Professor will be here to give a full presentation. Professor Sriram from UT Austin. I encourage you to stick around for his talk. But we are doing quite a lot of work with UT Austin. In fact, students today find it extremely hard to get compute. Right? It's impossible to get compute on Amazon or even Lambda, right? So we are working with UT Austin to make sure the next generation of researchers, AI, and there's a lot of incredible work people are doing with AI in Austin, that we'll be able to support them. And Akash now, most of us actually based in Austin now for some reason. So we want to make sure we support. This is a great state of Texas.
Are they developing use cases there for?
Oh yes, training on top of Akash. Training, fine-tuning, inference, a lot of amazing stuff people are working on.
So this gives them the opportunity, obviously, to not compete for Amazon or other.
Yes.
Other platforms.
Using Akash to achieve their work. In fact, we have an accelerator we'll be sponsoring very soon here as well. Yeah. Evan?
Hey, Greg. So thank you for showing us the latest roadmap and your thinking there on the product and network side. What do you hope the community will have progressed in terms of either, and maybe just more generally, how do you hope the community progresses between now and the next Akash Accelerate?
So we would like to see more integrations, right? So we want to see more Brevs, more prime intellects. In fact, we have one integration per month that's happening right now. Node chips of the world. And what this means is these people are making money on top of Akash, which is very, very important because more livelihoods that are built on Akash, more likeliness Akash is going to survive. So next Accelerate, I anticipate people to share stories, war stories. I want to hear their experiences of using Akash and why not to use Akash more than why to use Akash, right? I think and what we can improve, right? So, and we're also trying to get our contributor count from the core protocol significantly higher, right? So hopefully now we're going mainstream, right? A lot of machine learning folks people like Andrew Gao and people like amazing researchers are now talking and using Akash publicly, right? But next Accelerate, I would imagine that's just going to be exponentially greater. And I would love to see a lot more science, more than just companies using Akash, right? A lot more researchers that we were not able to attract yet. I mean, now we're starting to attract researchers, like some deep researchers. And Akash should always be the first place to get the most advanced compute. So we're going to get the Blackwell processors very soon, or GH200s very soon. And in fact, we're also looking at ASICs, right? So I want Akash to be the first place to get advanced compute before you can go to the cloud. So I want more researchers from a contribution standpoint. And we should have progressed significantly on the roadmap side. So yeah, that's what I'm anticipating next
Are you
month.
doing any co-location with groups like Amazon or the big box folks?
What do you mean co-location?
As far as GPUs that they have.
Well, they don't have GPUs, that's the whole thing. I mean, Akash has more GPUs available at more than Amazon right now, availability-wise. I mean, they probably have more GPUs than count, but not available.
That console 2.0 slide, very nice. When do you expect to have that all available?
Oh yeah, so this should be in next 3 to 6 months. And we're shipping, some of it is already shipped, right? So there's a proposal for building from GitHub online now. By the way, this is built by so many different teams. So, and the beauty of console 2.0 that I haven't mentioned is it's going to be a federated UI as well. So we're bringing Praetor, which is the provider management, into console. Of course, we're bringing there are managed services like building directly from GitHub, for example, right? Like you can git push and your source code, and you don't touch containers, you don't touch crypto, you don't touch any of that, and just magically shows up, right? That piece is built by another company called Human, and they're building on top of Akash. All this is proposed and funded by Akash community. So things are moving really fast. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see, in the next 3 to 6 months. Yeah.
That old roadmap, there were a couple frameworks listed. Rails and Node. Did you add anything to that anymore?
Yes, this comes through build packs. So when I said build from GitHub, the way you build from GitHub is as you git push your source code, the system will recognize what kind of platform you're using, be it Rails, be it Node.js, be it whatever standard frameworks if you're using. There's a build pack that gets invoked and built, because each framework has different ways you got to build, right? Yeah, so that's coming very soon. So yeah.
Are you aware of any Elixir Phoenix integration?
Elixir, I think there's a build pack for Elixir. I can't recall, but it should support pretty much every modern framework. Like if it's a widely used framework, that should be. If not, there's an opportunity to build a build pack, right? It's very similar to how Heroku works or Vercel works. In fact.
to expand the level of developers, users, growing in a smaller ecosystem. And now you sort of moved on to a later stage where that it's not sorted out, but there's definitely a larger ecosystem, large amount of developers, GPU availability, and you're looking for more integrations. So are you doing some sort of commercial grant integration process on the side where you sort of weigh in with, it could be AKT or Fiat through
Yes.
investors to get them to use the GPU availability on top of the network? Is that something you are
Yes.
or?
So we normally incentivize supply. We don't incentivize demand by design. But there are a lot of the integrations are done because they see value in Akash, right? Not because we pay them, or incentivize them. There are, however, some projects that are academic in nature that just don't have a lot of funding. So it really depends on who the proposer is, right? Big requirement for Akash is it has to be open source to get funding, or else it doesn't get funding, and has to be open to the public. So it's a public utility, right? So when you have integrations like Brev, which is closed source, they don't get funding, right? So
No. I mean, like, that would of course be a prerequisite, right?
yeah.
I was more thinking along the lines of you wanted to sort of scale up the growth of integrations with Akash, right? To not only try and incentivize supply, but also try to incentivize demand through more commercial related grants to projects that are looking to build.
Yeah, we're doing that. Yeah, we're doing that with UT Texas. We're doing like grants for like up to 50 grand per company to get started in Akash. Yeah, we're doing some of that. Not too much that we incentivize demand. Then it's going to. So we have a plan for 20 grants now. We'll be announcing very soon. 20 grants, but I mean, we're open to if it's a good project, right? So we're definitely open to giving more grants as well.
So
Last
y'all
question.
propose- I'm sorry.
Yeah,
The average size of those grants?
$50,000.
Are y'all providing the funding for the grants?
Akash community. So through proposals that are public, right? So every grant is public. Yeah.
A call I had this morning.
Cool.
Cool.
I think we're out of time.
Yes, please give a round of applause for Greg. Thank you. We will be taking a 5-minute break. Feel free to get up, switch seats if you'd like to hang out. We will be, the panel next is Decentralized AI, Real-World Applications. Once again, we do have space around the back. It is live streamed there, and we do have 2 locations. This is a truly decentralized event. So we have a location down the street. If you make a left, it's called Cenote. We have our branding there. You can feel free to hang out there as well. And then across, if you take a right, we have the Dark Horse. It's a coffee shop, and you can go there, get a haircut, get a tattoo if you'd like. It is on the house. Please let us know if you get a tattoo. A real tattoo, yes.
One more announcement. I'm going to give up
Go ahead, come on up.
1,000 AKT for anyone that's going to get a tattoo. That's incentivizing demand right there.
Yes, we have a haircut chair for the day. You can get a fade, get the Akash logo in your hair, or get a tattoo on the house. All day, next door at the Dark Horse. But for now, we will be taking a 5-minute break. Thank you. for your patience. Today we are going to be talking about AI revealed real-world applications. Today we have moderator David Johnston, OSS, and contributor to Morpheus. Panelist number one is going to be Cameron Fairchild, software developer at Bitensor. We have Sam Padilla, co-founder and head of product at Iden AI. And then we have Tina Baker-Taylor, COO of Venice AI. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for being here. Been looking forward to this discussion. Maybe we just start with real quick intros. Tell us a little bit how you got involved in Bitensor.
Yeah, so I was going to University of Toronto, right? And I had, there's this Discord server, as there is. There's a Discord server with all the computer science students, and somebody says, there's this really cool project I'm working on. I got like a little internship with them, and I think it's really interesting. And I was like, well, this sounds cool. So I go and I join, and I check it out, and it's pretty interesting. I end up start mining, getting involved in the project, contributing. And then, then I got hired. I got hired on. It was great.
Awesome, man. What about you?
Yeah, so my name is Sam. I'm the co-founder of Adon. Adon is a new AI company, decentralized AI company focusing on data. We're building a decentralized AI data marketplace. So in a very high-level overview, you can very much think of it as a similar to what Akash is doing. Instead of focusing on compute, though, we're focusing on data.
Awesome. Tina.
I'm Tina Baker-Taylor, and I'm the CEO of a new generative AI app, which is called Venice AI. Venice is different to some of the incumbent chat apps in that it has a privacy infrastructure. So we don't see the inferences that you send, we don't see the responses that you get, and we don't hold on to your data. We actually never have it. It's only stored in your local browser. We are focused on building out our future product completely in a decentralized way. We use Akash today. Hopefully we will provide an alternative to the market, which today we have chat, image generation, and a variety of different sizes and resolutions. You can have the AI write code for you. And a number of other quite cool features around manipulating system prompts, etc. But all of the models that we use within Venice are open source models only.
That's awesome. Very aligned with the ethics of everyone here. So very cool. Well, let's dive right in. So the subject is real world applications. Be curious if you want to kick us off about sort of the real world applications that you're most excited about that you think are going to sort of define 2024.
Yeah, well, I think like as you mentioned, the code generation, I think that's very exciting. It's like I myself, because I'm a developer, I do use Copilot. I find it's very useful, and honestly, it doesn't really matter what service you use. A lot of them are pretty great, right? And it really accelerates that development process, right? There's a lot of things that you just can skip over essentially, and you can get down to like the meat of it, basically.
That's awesome. Sam?
I wouldn't necessarily talk about 2024, but if you go a little bit further into the future, maybe 2 years, 3 years from now, I think one of the most exciting trends in AI is embodied AI. So literally real-world AI agents, mainly robotics, performing actions in the real world. So very bullish on robotics, very bullish on humanoid robots or robots in the workforce replacing repetitive tasks and so on and so forth. So I think it's probably the end game in my view of real world AI is just embodied AI, real world agents.
Very cool. Hey, Tina?
Yeah, so I'm coming from the crypto space where I've spent the last 8 or 10 years, and I think that one of the things that we haven't done well is applying what that killer app for digital money might be or tokenization might be. And so for me, one of the things I'm most focused on right now is bringing mainstream audiences into using these AI tools so that people aren't caught off guard. we always have this adoption curve of new technology, and I think for us in the room, you're not my target audience, right? Like, you know what's going on. But for people like my parents, or even much younger people, making sure that they understand how to use this technology for their own benefit, and in doing so in a way where they're not giving up a whole bunch of data, they're not potentially influencing, foreign governments to be able to use information for vector attacks, etc. So I think just the responsible onboarding of, the next wave of users into AI, so that people are adept at how to incorporate these tools into their lives.
That's awesome. And that's really where my heart is like, how do we get 1 billion people access to crypto and Web3, right? For me, that's the big payoff of having a chat interface, is we're alleviating all those layers of complexity. Like, for most people today, smart contracts are a mystery and they don't know how they work, and that's okay, right? The way we got billions of people on the web was creating search engines that made finding what you wanted super easy, and just tell the machine, oh, I want a sports website, and found you something pretty great, right? We need that sort of moment in crypto and Web3 where we alleviate all the complexity. And it's interesting that you went to embedded AI. I agree. I think that's sort of one of the longer term trends. What I'm focused on more in the short term is smart agents, right? How do we create that interaction between the Web3 wallet and the large language model, right? And so be curious if you guys, what you think some of the interesting applications around smart agents will be, how we start mapping those Web3 use cases that have been pretty well proven, and get them accessible to a much broader audience that can use a chat app. So maybe to start with Tina, if you want to talk about, riff off some of that.
Yeah, definitely. So I think, again, for me, using digital assets or crypto or wallets or any of that stuff today is still really hard. I mean, it's I know what I'm doing, and we were talking about the T-shirt that Cam's wearing, and I often have times where I'm like, I don't know why this isn't working. Why isn't this working? And it becomes so frustrating. And I think for your average normie person, it's just too much. They can't figure it out. So if you were able to have this agent that, again, was like local to you, that had some firewall protection, so you weren't putting all of your information and financial details out into the world, that could take actions for you, connect this wallet, make this transaction, execute this smart contract, and all you had to do was type it into a chat interface, and you don't need to know how to do all of that other technical stuff on the back. I think that is a game changer. And people, I think, the convergence or the coming together of AI and crypto, I think that there's a lot of hype around that, but I think there's very simple things that will allow both of these technologies to really just kind of leapfrog into the future of being incredibly useful.
There's an interesting way to make this extension of crypto and AI a high-level way to draw a line between AI for crypto and crypto for AI. It's not a perfect analogy, but I guess serves a purpose. And when you think of crypto for AI, I think there's a lot of interesting hidden use cases there that are, frankly, to your point, Tina, like killer apps for crypto, that crypto can unlock a lot of the challenges that currently exist in AI. I think that's much less explored than the world of AI for crypto. I think a lot of folks are doing interesting stuff in AI for crypto, and that's a lot more explored. Maybe that gets to your point of smart agents and how do you basically write a prompt and get the LLM to actually take some action on chain and what have you. And I think those are really interesting applications, and we as in the crypto community is all over a lot of those use cases, but I think a little bit more focus or work, and frankly that's mainly what we're focusing on, should be going into how can crypto and some of the primitives and principles of Web3 and decentralization can be used to actually unlock a lot of the bottlenecks happening in AI proper.
Back to the whole agents thing, I don't know maybe the use case, but I'm pretty excited about the idea of having those agents have basically spending capability, right? If something like a model right now just kind of talks to you when you prompt it, right? And that's all it can really interact with the world. But having the ability to spend funds, send them to people, that basically gives you everything else, right? It's a great interface. Everybody wants to be paid for something. That's a great way to get other like real humans to do things.
Yeah, I think Erik Voorhees was making that point very well in a recent podcast you guys were on. If you want an agent to take an economic action, it's going to have to use crypto. Nobody's handing out bank accounts to AIs. Last time I checked, they don't have driver's license. They don't pass the KYC, and even if you could, okay, that payment will go through in 3 days and might be reversed, and this might be a scam, right? To have finality and speed and non-reversibility of crypto payments is the only logical thing that smart agents, that AIs are going to use. And so that seems, I really like that point. It's sort of like, it's not just what, AI can do for crypto. It's also what can crypto do for AI. It will expand it into that entire global economy sphere as soon as it can start taking economic action. So.
But if you think about it too, sorry, just one quick comment there. If you think about it too, crypto is more than just money, right? Crypto is decentralized consensus. And there's so many more things that you can do with decentralized consensus primitives. And I think a perfect example is Akash, or even also what we're trying to do at Adon, where you have a decentralized commodity like compute, and then you enable a system to track who owns what compute and who's getting compensated for what amount of compute, and then you're basically able to unlock a lot of the bottlenecks that currently exist in the AI world through compute, right? So I really like your point on enabling large language models to use crypto and to monetize and to bring them into the modern economy. But if you think at a deeper level too, at a first principles perspective, crypto is just decentralized consensus, and anything that requires decentralized consensus that can be applicable in AI could be very interesting here to one of those points of crypto for AI as opposed to just AI for crypto.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that, again, we haven't done well in crypto is really explain what the value proposition is. And so when we think of, kind of magic internet money, right? And it isn't just money. So, the base layer of being able to tokenize, basically package up value. That value could be data, that value could be financial, that value could be your healthcare records. It could be anything, right? And be able to transmit it securely with finality from one participant to another, right? And so when you think about the way the machines talk to each other, they are exchanging data, they're exchanging packets, they're exchanging tokens. There is no other way for machines to talk to each other. And so the idea that these smart agents, for example, will be able to execute, financial instructions, if we look at some of the shenanigans that have happened in the crypto space over the last year, none of those things have gone wrong necessarily in DeFi. Take out kind of the rug pulls and some of the code, things that have been built in to be bugs, right? But generally speaking, DeFi contracts act as they should, right? But you need that digitally native, internet-ready form of being able to send value. So it's not just money. And I would be a little careful too in saying that it's, consensus, because things like USDC are completely centralized, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that they don't work or that they're bad, but it isn't all decentralized. And I don't think it necessarily has to be either.
Well, I love that point about DeFi. Like in a world where Celsius and stuff are long gone, Uniswap's working just fine. Compound is working just fine. The Aave lending contracts are working just fine. And there were a lot of people, I think, in, let's say, 2020 that were using the term DeFi. And it was sort of DeFi in name only, right? It was a centralized company holding people's funds. Like, what's DeFi about? Oh, you have a token. Congratulations. But in the last 4 years, the infrastructure has really gotten to a point where you can move things in a truly decentralized way where there is no custodian, right? We've seen a lot of those applications come out recently. So, in the last 5 minutes, I want to, I'm going to leave a little bit of time for questions. So at the last few minutes, if you guys have particular things you want to cover, we'll put a few minutes aside for that. But I do want to get into, we talked a little bit about privacy, but I want to talk more about that in your other guys' context with BitTensor and others, because that seems like the next big thing that people are asking. Okay, now I have open source models. How do I get privacy? How do I keep that, in a way where I can do things that aren't just public use cases, but I can bring it into a private use case. So curious if you have thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not directly related to crypto, but cryptography maybe. There's, the idea of using models which can operate on encrypted text, encrypted inputs, right? And they, send out encrypted outputs, and then that way it's
Are you
like
thinking in the ZK context or FHE or any of those technologies that you're looking at?
I mean, zero knowledge would be capable. I think usually those are less performant. I think there's a lot of work being done towards that, and I think that's a really cool application, honestly. But I mean more like the homeomorphic and encrypted space. That's really interesting.
Where you can, and for the context of anybody's not familiar, FHE is where I can take some encrypted data, I can hand it to Tina, she can run her calculations. Let's say she's running a large language model. She can give me the output, and I'm the only one who decrypts it. She literally ran the calculations on an encrypted blob of text. She has no idea what it is, but the math works, and you can hand it back to the other people, right? And so that's something on the verge of becoming mainstream. Hopefully this year, there's a lot of hardware companies working on acceleration that will make those models more performant. So that's something I'm very excited to see.
And I think a really good thing about that is it makes it very possible and more comfortable maybe to use just decentralized compute for these things, right? If you have like a bunch of different people wanting to host models and get their share of the payment for that rather than just OpenAI, of course you might be hesitant to trust just anybody with your data. I mean, I'd hesitate trusting like OpenAI with my data, but you don't have to, maybe, right? And that's the exciting thing about these kinds of privacy applications.
When you're interacting with a model, let's say it's a closed source model, and to your point of privacy, where privacy comes in and where privacy is important, there's two main parts in which there can be leakage of your data. So one is in the process of if you're interacting with a model via an API, so you make a call and then the front end sends that to the back end. During the communication process, the company may actually grab the raw data and do something with it. So that's one. The second piece that is less talked about and is a little more concerning is using that data to train. And it's actually interesting because when a lot of people think, oh, they're using my data to train, you think that they're keeping the raw data and then using that raw data later to do the training passes. And that's not necessarily the case often, depends on the company, but it's just actually taking the embeddings. So when you have a piece of data, you run inference through that, what comes out of that process is embeddings, and then you actually use those embeddings to improve the model. I think fundamentally, yes, privacy is really important, but at an even deeper level, to me, I think the problem is using data for multiple purposes without actually compensating the user. One of the really interesting things that I think you guys at Venice are doing is compensating a user for actually interacting with a model and building economic incentives in such a way that users are actually compensated for the data that they're leaking, and the data that they're leaking is not necessarily getting used against their awareness even. So privacy is important, yes, but not only because you want to run inference without anybody knowing what you're talking to the model about, but it's because you want to build the protections around monetizing the data when you want to monetize the data as a user, or not getting treated as collateral and as a data mine basically by other companies.
I really love that, because for a long time, people have been trading tens of thousands of dollars a year of data for hundreds of dollars a year in software products, right? You're using Google search, and maybe what they spend to support your usage is a few $100s a year, but they're getting tens of thousands of dollars of ad revenue from each person. So moving into a world in which you own your own data is really exciting, because all of a sudden that money ought to flow back. And if you have a competition where people move to the systems that reward them the most, finally that value is going to start flowing back the other way, which is really exciting.
And a lot of this is around incepting people to behave differently, right? So there is a general acceptance that you're going to get something for free, whether it be Google, right, free, right? And I do think that people have come to understand that they are the product. If you're not paying for the product, you are the product. So I think we know that now. But if it's not easy, human beings are creatures of habit, and they really don't like change. And so getting them to change their behavior is very difficult. And I think that's where incentives come in, and financial incentives are certainly one. But equally, from a privacy perspective, when you look at, I mean, just in the last 10 days alone, we've had Slack send out these very, soft messages that weren't, actually sent to Slack administrators. It was like posted on Twitter to say, we're going to just start scraping your entire company Slack and train our model. And there was somebody else, Microsoft. Now they're going to put out this new cool product that's going to take screenshots of everything that you're doing every 30 seconds. And this is going to be amazing for you because then we can curate that. Like, what? And I think that for the most part, people are like, okay, because I think that they believe that this train has left the station and that this is just something else they're going to have to get used to. And I think it's up to the people in this room and rooms like this to be able to create products for people that give them options and alternatives. And we're not going to convert everybody. There will always be those people that want to use the easiest thing. But if there are no other options, then people can't even attempt to start to, protect their, not just their privacy, but how you think, how you feel, what you believe. These are all going to be affected and impacted by these large language models.
Absolutely. Well said. We've run out of time, unfortunately, so corner people afterwards for questions. But this has been awesome. I'm a big fan of what all of you are building. Thanks for being awesome, and have a great day, everybody. Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Thanks,
David.
guys.
I gotta. A step. All right. It should be on our website, akash.network, to find the run of show. Yes. We will be taking a 5-minute break right now to filter in from people to come and sit. Our next coffee chat is going to be with Greg Osuri and Erik Voorhees. We are live again. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you all for being here. Pleased to have a coffee chat instead of a fireside chat on this hot day with Greg Osuri and Erik Voorhees. If you, hold on, sorry. At the end, if you guys do a Q&A session, please, if you're going to ask a question, go to the back, use the mic in the back, please, because the live stream needs to be, it's connected to the live stream. So, all right, round of applause.
Well, super excited to have Erik Voorhees. Erik needs no introduction, but I think it's famously known as the oldest man in crypto. And Erik is, his OGs. He's been pretty much in every important moment from the creation of Bitcoin. He's super excited. He's now, he's a big proponent of separating money and state, and now super excited that his same values are extended to separating money and separating state and intelligence, right? So Erik's latest project being Venice AI, which is a decentralized, permissionless chat system. In some cases, significantly better than Google's chat system, and excited that he's with us today. So to start off, Erik, I want to understand the side of you that most people haven't seen. Like, how did your upbringing influence you as a man now? When your speech at the Permissionless conference last year opened up a lot of us to your incredible values and how you look at the world, and I always wondered how you came to shape those values.
Yeah, hey. All right, I think this thing sounds fine, yeah. I grew up in Colorado, in the West. Like, I think that's part of it. I love seeing anyone with a cowboy hat. I think, I hope they never go too out of style. I basically was raised in, I guess, a moderately conservative family, and grew up understanding the value of markets and freedom from an early age. My parents weren't radicals by any means, but I think they've been proud of how radical their child has become. When I got into college, I hadn't really understood the degree to which money played a part in markets, and everyone just uses dollars by default without much examination. And I was, from an early age, considered myself a capitalist and a very pro-free trade, pro-market person, but I never questioned dollars themselves. And so post-college, I had moved to Dubai, and the global financial crisis back in 2008 was going on, and I started really looking into money and banking, and it was very much like one of those eureka moments of, well, of course, if you want a market-based economy, you can't have the most important good in that economy be centrally planned by the government. And that was just so obvious to me. But this was pre-Bitcoin, and I didn't really know what a good solution was. So there were a few years of just being kind of despondent, because I felt like I understood the problem that much of the world was suffering from, but I didn't have a good solution for it. So when I learned about Bitcoin, realized it couldn't be turned off, and that it was a plausible alternative, then everything just opened up, and here we are 14 years later.
Wow. And how did you find out about Bitcoin? It's a fascinating story.
How I found out about it is actually not so fascinating. I was in New Hampshire for the Free State Project, and a friend of mine posted on Facebook about it, some article. And so I clicked it, and I read a couple articles, and my disbelief and my skepticism was dissolved pretty quickly, I would say. And I just totally fell in love with it. And definitely had a few days with very little sleep, and learned it intensely. And it was actually interesting to see how quickly I could learn how Bitcoin worked, because I was so interested in it. And I'm not a developer, I'm not a cryptographer. A lot of the fundamentals of Bitcoin I didn't know, but I learned it all pretty quickly just because I had such an interest in it. And I've discovered this is like a broader life lesson that if you ever find that you're trying to learn something and it's taking a long time, it's probably because you just don't care about the thing. And when you have a passion for something, you can just absorb it very, very rapidly. And when you find those things in your life, you should pursue them.
It's awesome. So Bitcoin paper is not for faint of heart. It's not an easy paper to read, right? Did you read the paper, or did you read about Bitcoin and then read the paper? How is that sort of like? Walk us through that day in the life.
Yeah, the white paper describes how Bitcoin works. But more important than that, I think, was just like some of the broader concepts of how a decentralized network can operate. And certainly the best way to learn something is to start using it. You know, like you could read about bicycles in a textbook for months and you wouldn't really understand how to ride a bicycle, right? But if you spend a few days doing it, there's an understanding that your mind gets just from that usage. So just like acquiring some Bitcoin and sending them to my own wallets, that was a huge part of the learning, and that didn't take a huge amount of technical skill.
Awesome. So 2012, Satoshi Dice, was responsible for half the Bitcoin volume. You founded that, or you were involved? What was that like? How was Bitcoin 2012 like? And
Bitcoin,
to be in thick of it, in fact.
Bitcoin 2012 sucked. Was anyone around back then in the Bitcoin community? Oh, no one. Okay. So Bitcoin 2011 was exciting because like that was one of the first bubbles where Bitcoin crossed through $1 and then went up to $31 over the course of a few months. And during that period is when I got involved. And then after that bubble popped, there was just this like horribly miserable, depressing slide from $31 down to $2 over the next like 12 months. And this was Bitcoin's first bubble, so all the skeptics, almost no one had heard of it or cared about it, but those who had heard about it had every reason to say that like this was just some stupid Beanie Baby fad, right? Like bubble was clearly over, bubble had popped, it didn't take over the world, it failed, and everyone who was still involved was just a total idiot. It was in that environment that Satoshi Dice got built, and if you actually look back at the transaction charts of Bitcoin transactions per day, you can see this miserable slide after the bubble pops. And then it's like dead, like a dead patient in the hospital bed. And then Satoshi Dice, which was a Bitcoin gambling game, arrives in April of 2012, and you see this like bump in the flat line of Bitcoin's transactions. And ever after that bump, the transactions just start growing forever. And so I do not want to claim that I like resuscitated Bitcoin from the dead, but it did feel good to see that and to really like be able to bring people a use case where they could understand why a decentralized system was cool. And back then, this was in like the wake of all the poker sites getting taken down a few years earlier. So like online gambling was a big topic. And when people realized that they could go to Satoshi Dice and just send Bitcoin into this site that a stranger had made and have their winnings or their losings sent back to them immediately from anywhere in the world. It was an immediate demonstration of Bitcoin's capability, and so for that, I'm quite proud.
Wow. So what was the development environment like in 2012? Like there obviously was the browser plugins? How did people? Was it non-custodial? Was it?
So this was pre Coinbase. Yeah. People would use custodial wallets, full nodes. Generally on their computer. I actually had a full node on my phone, an Android phone, and it barely could handle the whole blockchain. It was like 2 or 3 gigabytes back then. But yeah, the software was bad. There were wallets like InstaWallet, InstaWallet was amazing. Like basically, you'd go to instawallet.com or org, and it would create a unique URL, and that URL would become your wallet. And it was like a randomly generated one, so no one could just find that URL on their own. And the Bitcoin that you would send in and out was held in the browser keys according to that URL. It was super easy, low friction, amazing. And people really used it a lot for like a year. And then something happened with Google's search algorithms where it started indexing these URLs. And all the Bitcoins got stolen. And that was the end of InstaWallet.
Oh. So fast forward, Shapeshift was a response to Mt. Gox, right? So
yeah,
is that accurate?
Mt. Gox imploded in late 2013, I think. And Mt. Gox was, the Bitcoin exchange of the world. It was like 95% of all Bitcoin trading volume. And when it went down, it was something like $400 million of Bitcoin was lost. And that was a huge, huge portion of the whole market cap and industry. Again, everyone in the world was saying, Bitcoin's done. Like, what a scam. Very depressing. And I wanted to create a way to do exchange without custody. And it was always clear to me that like the custody was the risk. And it didn't matter. Like if you have to trust the people behind a system, you're basically just back in the TradFi world. And sometimes people are trustworthy and sometimes not. But the magic of crypto is that you can actually remove yourself from a situation where you have to trust anyone. So we built Shapeshift to not hold people's funds and to not hold their personal information. We called it like safety by design, where we would just protect people by the way that the app was built. So that was 2014, and had some great years after that as Ethereum launched and all this huge preponderance of different digital assets emerged. And that was 8 years of my life until we decentralized it in 2021.
Amazing. I mean, it's fair to say like Shapeshift was a foundation for Uniswap, right? I don't think people understood what a self-custodial experience would look like without Shapeshift. So remarkable. So fast forward. So what are your thoughts right now? Now you're exclusively focused on AI, right? So your writings about separation of state and money had a lot of influence on a lot of the industry. And why AI? Why do you think now is the time we should decentralize AI?
Yeah, well, so again, I'm not an AI person. I don't have a background in like machine learning or any of the important skills that one might need for AI. But I've seen how powerful the tools are, and they're obviously getting much more powerful. I think there's a very bright future ahead for humanity when it can leverage machine intelligence to this degree. And the AI stuff, generative AI in particular, was just an interest of mine as a hobby. And I started realizing, as you use the ChatGPTs of the world, and you start realizing that the answers that are coming back to you aren't actually machine intelligence, but there's some like human censorship going on and like guardrails going in, and it's not clear like what's coming from the machine and what's coming from the human. And I started realizing that like, okay, if there's a few of these big tech companies offering the AI products, not only will we be subordinate to the whims of the company, more dangerously, in my opinion, we are subject to the whims of whatever regulators are overseeing that company. And it doesn't take a lot of imagination to consider a future world that's not far, 5, 10, 15 years in the future, where governments of the world utilize these AI systems to control how people think. And to me, that was absolutely unacceptable. And of course, I don't know anything about AI, but I do know about decentralized systems. And so if you're going to create like AI systems that aren't subject to some kind of central monolithic authority, it has to be done on a foundation of decentralization. It has to be done with a foundation of cryptocurrency, blockchains, and permissionless systems, which is something I know about. And so I got involved in building the Morpheus network, and through that realized there was actually like an important consumer app that needed to be built, ChatGPT without censorship. So that's what Venice is, and been working on that, for six months or so.
Amazing. I've used Venice. I mean, I use Venice actually quite a lot now. Just the aspect of my chats not being monitored and the aspect that I get back results that are not biased is a very important aspect to me. And I'm using it more and more. And I love the app. And what is the future? How are you thinking about, two aspects? How do you see broader adoption for a decentralized system? Also, how do you see the competition shaping, especially with ChatGPT, GPT-O, and all those new things coming and really innovating?
Yeah, I saw basically like there were two sides of the open source product, or sorry, of the AI product world. One, which most people are using, was large centralized companies, Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, these firms, and they were getting a highly curated, censored, but very easy to use, very performant, very excellent product, but subject to all of the restrictions both today and into the future. That's what most people were using. And then on the other side, there was this whole big world of open source AI, which was very cool and very diverse, but also very messy. And you didn't have to be like intensely technical to use that stuff, but you had to be a little technical. And a little technical is too much for, 8 billion of the people on Earth. So I realized, like, okay, well, let's just take some of the biggest, best open source tools and build an app that works as nicely as the ChatGPTs of the world. It's actually not that hard to do that. There's some amazing open source technology out there, and I think we all have to give Meta a lot of credit for releasing the leading frontier open source LLM. Hopefully, they will continue doing that. And so, yeah, Venice's position is basically like an app that feels like a centralized SaaS product in its smoothness, efficiency, like customer service, friendliness, but which is completely permissionless, uncensored, and decentralized in the important components in the back end. This is where we use Akash servers for a lot of the compute, and that's the basic niche that we're going for. So someone who wants the basic usability of a ChatGPT without getting spied on or censored, that's our market.
Amazing. And it means very obviously see OpenAI sucking the air out of the room every time they launch features, and you're seeing this centralized AI getting powerful, right, by the month, as in fact. And how do you see open source competing? What do you see so far working with these open source models in terms of how good they get? And is there an inflection point where open source gets better than closed source? Are we there yet? Or if not, when do you see us getting there?
Yeah, so what got me initially interested in this stuff was David with the Morpheus project, and he was describing to me how like a couple years ago the open source models were nowhere near as good as the centralized ones, but that they were catching up quickly, and he's like, within 6 months they'll be somewhat on par, and it's plausible that they will actually surpass the centralized models. And that has come to pass. Llama 3 is in the league of the centralized models in terms of most people's use cases. So, building on that, we were just able to like create much of the same experience using that open source technology. And what people need to be aware of, we're in this kind of like, I don't know, maybe a honeymoon period, where we have this preponderance of good open source AI models, but we have a huge risk, which is that Meta and or one or two other companies that are producing these leading open source models stop. If they stop, that's a big problem. And the hope is that the decentralized AI community is able to figure out how to do relatively efficient training of models in a decentralized way. So to train a model in a decentralized way today is completely impractical and inefficient. It can technically be done, but never at a scale that can compete with a centralized data center. If that is solvable, then we're good. If that's solvable, then we're good. And so I think that's like the most important problem that people in this space can be trying to solve: how to do relatively efficient, decentralized model training. And if that can happen before the Metas of the world stop releasing their frontier models open source, then we have a very good future ahead of us. If that doesn't happen before those companies stop releasing the open source models, then we have a possibly very dystopian future in front of us.
Amazing. I think we're seeing a lot of progress in the decentralized training space. I'm very, very positive, especially a lot of the research papers that are coming out, like Dialogue Co and whatnot, that propose training on heterogeneous, heavily distributed compute. So it seems to be promising. With that, I'll open up the audience for questions.
If you exit the row and go to the back microphone.
Hi, Erik. Thank you for sharing. And as an OG in crypto and soon to be OG in AI, and so I'm just curious about like, so I guess like your thinking certainly is shaped by a lot of stuff that you read. So could you share with us like what are the most influential stuff that you have ever read in your life, and also like nowadays, right? So like, what are you constantly reading? What is actually grabbing your attention? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I have to say the most influential book I've ever read is Atlas Shrugged, which might sound a little cheesy to some people, but one of the greatest pieces of fiction that captures like a spirit of man that is too often minimized and dismissed by most literature, and it is a heroic poem, essentially, to the importance of the individual person against the collective. And if you read that book, it's hard not to. It was written, in the '60s, late '50s, early '60s. It's hard to feel that it is fiction, because so many of the things that seem silly in that book are actually like happening, and you can see this all around you. So that book was huge. A much shorter one in nonfiction. What Has Government Done to Our Money by Rothbard. You can read that in an afternoon, and that essentially describes the process, which isn't some conspiracy or not even necessarily intentional, but just the mechanical game theory way by which governments ended up wresting control of money from the market where it had been before, and how distortive and corrupting that process is. So yeah, I would say those two books. What about now? What do I read? I've been trying to read like some of the early AI history stuff, and you joked that I might be an OG in AI now, which is definitely not true, because the AI stuff has been going on, for 70 years, since the 50s and 60s, and it's amazing how, I think us in the crypto world feel like we've been working on this stuff for so long, and like, why hasn't it taken over the world yet? But the AI people, I will say, have been working on it for far longer, and just in the last 5 years have really started having their time in the spotlight. And so I've been trying to learn about some of that early history, and it's cool to like learn about computing systems on those fundamental levels back when the computers themselves were simpler. So that's been a lot of my reading lately.
Yeah, I have a degree in AI from 20 years ago. It's just completely different now. None of that stuff is useful. Any other questions? Got a question. Time for one more question. I think we can wrap up.
What would you say is the biggest risk Akash faces?
Question to me?
Yeah, or either of you.
Biggest risk Akash faces? Oof. There are lots of risks, but I think the biggest one would be Akash is too early right now to be shut down by regulation. I think if regulation is out of our way, I think Akash is unstoppable. But if regulation comes and basically says you cannot exist, I think that's going to be a big problem. So that would be the biggest risk, because all of us are builders. I feel like if you're a builder, you can build as long as you're allowed to build. We'll build our way out of any problems. We have that confidence, but if you're not allowed to build, that'll be a problem. Yeah. All right, with that, we can wrap up. Round of applause for Erik.
Thank you.
You're good. Thank you, Erik, and thank you, Greg. We're going to be taking a 1-hour break for lunch. There is a food truck out back, as well as cenote just to the left of our venue. Both places. You can grab a drink, grab some food, and we'll be resuming back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
If you guys want to work or chill out, hang out, Keynote is amazing. There's free food, free coffee, great Wi-Fi to hang out and have conversations or whatever you guys want to do. So,
another round of applause, please. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a great lunch. Time to get maybe a tattoo or haircut. Today we are going to be having a little chat with Lex Avellino, CEO or Creative Officer of Passage Immersive Worlds. And we have Robert Myers, founder and CEO of Manifold Labs. Please give them a round of applause.
Howdy, howdy, everyone. Hello, hello.
So Lex here from Passage. Thank you. And today we're going to talk about the decentralized AI and how this gains mass adoption. A lot of people probably aren't familiar. And when I say a lot of people, the masses, right? We're special here. You're special here. Would you just introduce yourself first, and we can talk about, where this goes?
Yeah, hi, my name is Robert Myers. I'm the founder and CEO of Manifold Labs. We develop Subnet 4 and a suite of products on top of BitTensor. Our flagship product right now is Sybil.com, which is a search engine that incorporates retrieval augmented generation to be able to do queries. And this is all powered via decentralized AI on top of BitTensor.
And so now you know why we have not reached mass adoption yet.
Yeah.
For the people who understood that, you are part of the few, and there are many people. So, my background is in between creative and technology, and may have like a broad understanding of this type of technology, decentralized AI. I would say first off, why do you think this is important for the masses?
Yeah, so maybe, what is the premise and what is the power of AI in the first place, right? Peter Thiel very recently said that AI is empowering people who maybe don't have all of these different skills, right? But the AI can take over on that. So maybe you're really great at presenting, but you're not a great programmer, right? And so you can write those requirements and have it program the actual Python script for you, right? And you can fine tune and train these models to do really whatever you want. Think of them as almost like a Rosetta Stone, where you can input something and then have it translate out to what you're looking for. And we're so early in the actual curve on this technology. Particularly right now, we're focused on autoregressive decoders only. So GPT, if you've ever heard of GPT, this is a decoder only. There's no actual encoder, right? It's just tokenized, and then we pass it in, do a forward pass, and then it spits out the next token, right? On your phone, when it comes up on top, those next words, it's essentially it's the same thing, just on steroids. And so this technology has just really proven itself to be incredibly powerful. And we haven't really found this sort of upper band of how far it can go. We just keep training. There are a lot of professionals right now in the industry who are training these, $1 billion, $2-3 billion models, and we still really haven't hit the upper bound of what we can scale to. And so it really begs the question: okay, if we're spending $2 to $3 billion on a training run, right, or at least on the compute to do that training run, there's only a very few amount of people in an ivory tower who can actually access the compute required to be able to train a model like that, right? We have our 6 billion, 7 billion hyperparameter that you can do with maybe an 8 pod, like a 8x H100 pod. But
right.
The number of people who have access to the technology right now is very small. So like you were saying, if these words kind of overwhelm you, it's not really your fault. It's just the immense amount of cost involved in it.
Yeah, absolutely. So the infrastructure is prohibitive, even beyond just kind of the learning base. So we have kind of a low bar or high bar in a sense in terms of improving the adoption of this technology, because improving on multi-billion-dollar cost is not. I say it's not hard, right? I mean, there's a lot of room to go down, right?
Yes.
So what do you think are some of the areas where we bring this technology to more people, right? Obviously, that's not just going to be anybody. We've seen the proliferation of Midjourney, ChatGPT, like you mentioned. There's a lot of popularized applications for AI. But maybe first question would be, why is it important that this is decentralized, and then how do we get that to people?
Absolutely. So I think about where we are right now in the LLM space, or in this sort of like applying this AI and making it embodied, right? We're really early in the adoption curve. I would say that we're like 2016, 2017 in terms of like, if you were going to compare this to the self-driving, like in my opinion, self-driving has been solved very recently in the new 12.4 Tesla update. I mean, it's unbelievable. It gets you from point A to point B, no interventions.
Right.
They're about to remove it. So it took from 2016 when many of those companies, a lot of companies like Cruise, Waymo, there's a long laundry list of companies that raised in 2016, and now we have a graveyard of companies that raised off of that, right? And we have a very few amount of winners. I would say that this technology is becoming mature to where it's entering the mass market now, where before it was very limited in its scope. Like if you got into a Waymo before this, either with Comma or with Tesla, right? You had to go to Arizona, or you had to go to a geo-fenced area to be able to try that technology out, right? Now it's hitting, hundreds of thousands of cars that are on the road every single day. That's going mass adoption. That's what it looks like to take it to the consumers. I think right now there's a narrow band of what we can apply like large language models to. It increases productivity like no one's business, right?
Sure.
But for those very specific people. But taking it to the whole market, right, I think is another beast entirely. And how do we get there? How do we get to where we are today with self-driving with this sort of technology? It's by opening up and really driving down costs, right? So right now, if you want to rent a H100, not using Akash, right? Akash it's $2 an hour.
Good luck, fam.
Yeah, if you want, I think the market rate for something that's like bare metal H100 is $4 an hour per card, and you need hundreds, if not thousands, of these cards to be able to train a single one of these models, right? So we need to be able to drive down these costs such that we are able to make more performance, more affordable models that we can then put into something like, we do all the training on in the cloud on something like Akash, and then we're able to drive down those price for the actual embodied AI that's running on your phone, or is running on a server in your home, or is maybe cut up and run by a bunch of different people. This is what we do on Subnet 4.
Right.
But this is where what we really need to do is drive down the cost, because it's right now it's so prohibitively expensive.
Yeah.
Only a few people, or either people that are well connected at the research institutes, or someone who is technical enough to be able to use something like Akash, really being able to open that up and allow the entire band of consumers to touch this technology, use it every day in their lives to where they can 10x the productivity for their particular use case.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I agree. The way that I've explained Akash to a lot of people is that we haven't seen yet the free market valuation of compute, right? Like, there's so many ways in which that is a controlled sector, and has been up until recently, where we don't really know what the free market costs of this compute should be. I think there's going to be a period of discovery. And so, yeah, 100%, right? Cost is probably one of the biggest factors, limiting factors, in terms of independent teams and other people being able to access this level of technology, certain learning models and things like that. And we've seen that similarly in Passage. For those of you who don't know, Passage is involved in a lot of video streaming or GPU streaming applications for Unreal Engine technology, our interactive experience. And this is a type of experience that wouldn't be accessible to people except for having because ultimately the cost of the compute itself is so prohibitive for being able to do virtual experiences, for being able to jump into something that is higher quality. But the more that we can find this kind of real market value of the compute, the more we open up these opportunities to everyday people, whether that's language learning models, whether that's graphics renderings, a lot of different areas where this applies to everyday people. What do you think are some of the verticals or areas where we see this hit more mainstream audiences, whether that's just smaller teams or even consumers, in terms of decentralized AI? What are you mentioned obviously autonomous navigation, right? That's a big one. But in terms of smaller teams building independent applications, what do you think some of the most important verticals?
So absolutely. I think that with something like ChatGPT that came out in December of 22, it really showed consumers for the first time what this technology is capable of. And those sorts of same verticals, right?
Yeah.
Where it, for example, like I use ChatGPT for programming all the time, right? It 10x's my day because I can write so much more code, and all I'm doing is just checking. In the same way that if I'm in self-driving on Tesla or self-driving on Comma, it's what all I'm doing. I'm only using 10% of my typical usage or paying attention, right? Like I can pay attention 90% less. And all I'm doing is really checking. And I think ChatGPT did that same thing. And so now what we need to do is find those really important use cases for and I think that we'll see it first in like the professionals, right? Like B2B kind of software, right? And supercharging each and every single one of those fields. Right now, like search is really popular. What I mean by search is like Monte Carlo tree search or state space search or these sorts of planning, developing a plan, right? I was speaking with someone yesterday who runs a travel agency, right? And they were asking, I'd love to be able to not necessarily replace my employees, but supercharge them to where they could take on, maybe 5 more clients, 10 more clients, right? And then that's how the consumer is, I feel like, initially going to interact with the technology, is through the B2B. Yep. And then in about 5-6 years, right, we're going to have it to where it's so cheap, it's so refined, it's so compressed, it's very reliable. You can depend on it to where now you're seeing it deployed in like robotics. This is something I'm very passionate about right now, is applying it in the real world to where, like, a car you can think of it as an embodied AI. You can think of your phone as an embodied AI. You can think of those future products that you're going to buy and put in your home as being a part of embodied AI. And the really big important push that we need to do is driving those costs down so that as it trickles through, right now it's in the huge enterprise, it'll trickle down to the smaller enterprise, and then boom, like in 5 or 6 years, it'll be like a CNN where, you can do image classification very quickly, and you could do it on your phone, Yep. For example, this was a few months ago, but DeepMind released this really cool model that was so small. I think it was like 40 or 60 million hyperparameters. And it is better at predicting the weather than some of our most sophisticated, deterministic algorithms that we have for predicting the weather. And so it really demonstrates how powerful the latent space is. And I think that we're just getting started. We're just at the very beginning of what we can do and how we can apply it to all of these different industries, and then eventually to the home.
Yep. No, absolutely. And I do think ChatGPT, Midjourney, as consumer applications, this is a really good starting point for understanding consumer use cases, right? Those got to a point where this is a sustainable model for consumer AI. But then you have video generation, right? Which is, really a order of magnitude more processing power compared to still images, right? And then, again, you're generating anything longer than 4 seconds, right? This starts to add up in terms of cost. And so we're going to start to see those types of consumer solutions need to be monetized in a more practical way, right? And I do think that there is going to be a surge in awareness for this type of compute, right? Not only for consumers, but for the enterprise, like you said, but then for providers, right? For people who have these GPUs, it's going to be harder for people to sell GPUs or for larger competitors to acquire GPUs if there is more demand and opportunity on applications that are decentralized. But then beyond video, even 3D, right? So we have one of the people that I've seen working in this space, incredible integration with Passage is Sortium AI is doing 3D model generation. And again, you're talking about video is, frames multiplied by time, but then 3D, now you're adding another dimension to that. So the amount of data that we have to process, but this is closer to the consumer side in my mind, right? You're talking about these large language models that are going to be more enterprise for a while, and these things might work their way towards the middle. But we already have applications that are consumer facing where you're processing 3 dimensions worth of data. And that stuff integrates into, Passage is a streamed experience, and those GPUs for streaming normally would be prohibitively expensive, right? But now it's really just accessible for anybody with bandwidth because you can put this on a decentralized application like Akash. So I do think, like you're saying, we're going to have that kind of convergence of the consumer applications and the enterprise applications. What do you think are some of the barriers right now for that, apart from cost?
Yeah, so I think that some of the barriers is that technical aspect of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Setting up a virtual machine
Yes.
and then SSHing into that and these sorts of things, right? I think that this is a big barrier for most people. And how can we be able to build something like an agent that is being run on something like Akash, right? That you just type into it, hey, I'm looking to make this, that, or the other, and then boom, it just opens up what that person was able to do in, let's just say, 2 hours, right?
Yep.
If we can continue increasing the productive units in not just maybe the macro economy, but also on the micro scale with the individual, right? Where you can give people time back, right? If time is equal to money, that in a way, you're making them money, right? And so that's actually how I think that we drive those costs down, is by opening it up and developing these protocols that, are hyper efficient and break even, to be able to, really drive down the cost to where we can allow the next generation and the new people that are entering the scene to be able to make those breakthroughs. Because the people that were making the breakthroughs in 2017, 2018, right, you go and you talk to them, right? It's like, oh, what are you working on now? And it's still like some very obscure reinforcement learning, like, oh, we're trying to do this really interesting like action space with mu0, and that's cool. It's very camp, and I love that, right? But also like those new people that enter the space, as we drive those costs down, they bring their ideas as well. And that's what continues to increase our productivity in the space. And so something like Akash and something like BitTensor is like really driving those prices down to 0, to where the only way I think in the future is where the individuals are actually empowered. Like the enterprise itself kind of can't move as fast as the individuals all kind of performing in a market,
Yep.
And so this is, I think over the next 5 to 6 years, we're really going to start to see this play out. Like by 2030, I think that like we will be in the same place then as we are right now with something like self-driving.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the point you made about education, because right now, to launch an application on Akash, right, if there isn't already a framework built around these containerized applications, then people have to figure it out, right? There was a time when you weren't going to go and launch a WordPress website in Akash. That's not the case now, right? We have a lot more tools for doing this. But just that educational process of opening this up to more people, creating more demand, which then incentivizes the opportunity for more hardware, right?
Right.
Because that's going to be one of the limiting factors for a while. It's just the fact that there's only so much hardware in the decentralized network right now.
Right, and that is like over the next 5 to 6 years, I think that is itself is going to really expand. Like for example, like on BitTensor, right? Like we have 256 slots in total on subnet 4, right? But I can envision a future in 5 to 6 years from now where we don't even have UIDs, and because we've made the protocol so efficient on subnet 4 that the actual allocation, like if someone does a search query, right, we can send it just straight through, and then there's maybe 10,000 GPUs sitting right there, ready to pick that up, right? And it's not like one person running 10,000 GPUs. It's 10,000 people each running one GPU, maybe at their house, right? And so like something like residential internet, right? Like response time, like you could totally be able to do this at home, right? If you wanted to, if you figure out port forwarding, right?
Right.
So, really, something like Akash, something like BitTensor, these decentralized protocols, as the front ends and the tooling around it really get mature, imagine trying to use Ethereum in 2015. I mean, it's possible, but you're probably not having a great time.
Yeah.
And now, to be able to go and use something like Uniswap, I mean, it's beautiful interface. It's pretty much it's like a few clicks to where now, you can have 500,000 to 1 million daily active users on Ethereum today. And I think that number is going to just continue to grow on things like Cosmos and a lot of these other chains as well. The interconnectivity and the interoperability, I think, is the problem in 5 years, if that makes sense. Like right now it's getting the supply, right? Because there's demand, but we need to build up that supply. And then once we have the supply and the price has been driven down to a very on the edge of that efficient frontier, this is when we start to see the explosion of applications, the explosion of adoption across all of the different sectors. So it's like energy, if you were going to have an index fund, right? Like right now, technology is what's propping up the S&P, but as the technology trickles down from technology over into those other industries, I think that something like Akash and BitSense are really going to play a really huge, important role.
No, I love that. I like that you talked about the UX, not just of the end user for the compute, right? People building on Akash, but you also have to think about the UX for providers, right? Making it easier for people to bring hardware into the ecosystem, and a lot of that is an educational opportunity. Real quick, we got a minute left. What do you think in terms of kind of looking forward in this space before we've hit mass adoption? What's the opportunity for builders in the space, given that we haven't hit that yet?
I mean, that is the opportunity, right? I mean, I had someone say this to me the other day. You're either on the wave or you're paddling, right? And so if the market is mispriced, right, where that the demand's going to be there, or the demand is, you do talk to these people and it's like, oh, I'd love to be able to get cheaper compute on the price, right? Like the demand is there. Build it and they will come. I mean, it's such a true statement. And so, just start building. Don't build for the fame or the glory. Just build it because you think it's cool, and the people will come.
Yeah, I love it. Cool. Awesome.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Lex, and thank you, Robert. We're going to be taking just a 5-minute break, and we will resume at 2:30 for a keynote from David Johnston from Morpheus. Thank you. All right, welcome back. It's my pleasure to introduce to you David Johnston, OSS contributor to Morpheus. Thank you.
Hey guys, good to see everybody today. So quick poll of the crowd, who's already heard of Morpheus here? So about half the people in the room. So just real quick background, Morpheus is a decentralized AI network focused on letting people deploy smart agents, right? So basically connecting Web3 and crypto to AI, right? I believe AI is effectively the easiest way for people to use smart contracts and to execute things on chain with a real human language interface. Just tell the machine what you want to do, and all of a sudden it can understand your intent and help you take that action. So Morpheus started last year as a white paper proposed by some anonymous developers last September, and they were like, hey, this idea of smart agents is cool, but there really needs to be a network to incentivize this. So the incredible evolution has been to see people sort of rally to this cry of true open source AI, and the idea that you want a personal AI. For the same reason you want a personal phone, you want a personal computer, you want an AI that works for you, not for the company, not for some government, but that you own the data, it's connected to your wallet, it's doing actions on your behalf, right? Like that's the big transition we're gonna go through, is just like we moved from computers that were connected with a terminal to some mainframe, just like they used to route phone calls, now they've effectively got a way where you have a personal phone and you want all your photos, you want all your stuff on your device. And so, Morpheus has been interesting because there's no company, there's no foundation, there was no token sale, there was no pre-mine. It entirely emerged in an organic way where the protocol proposed to reward not just capital or compute, but coders. 48% of all the rewards in the Morpheus network go to the coders either building the platform or the builders creating smart agents that are going to be on the platform, right? And I really haven't seen a project since Ethereum that took so seriously the idea of rewarding code contributors, right? Typically you hear of proof of stake, it's a way to reward capital, proof of work, it's a way to reward compute, but people often forget the developers, or those rewards get centralized into a foundation, and it's 5 or 6 of the same guys get all of those tokens of the reward. Instead, with Morpheus, 256 code contributors popped up out of the ether and said, I want to build that. I want to contribute to that. I want to make that real. And they've earned 24% of all the Morpheus token emissions. The other really breakthrough thing with Morpheus was this concept of a fair launch, where somebody could take their Ethereum, put it in a smart contract, and only contribute the yield. So you can withdraw your Ethereum whenever you want, but you're providing the yield from the staking to the project protocol and liquidity. And so observe a few things about this. If you have no token sale, right? Typically, this is what people would do. They would do a token sale. It would go into a treasury held by a foundation. The treasury gets spent to zero, and if the project hasn't taken off by then, the project has effectively failed. Instead, by creating this 16-year emissions curve and letting people provide capital and only provide the yield, it's created this reoccurring revenue, right? It's ARR, automated recurring revenue. As long as people hold their ETH in the contract, it's sending that yield, that Ethereum reward, into the protocol and creating demand for the token. So it actually goes into the Uniswap AMM and creates demand for the more token. So $500 million in staked ETH has showed up out of nowhere into the protocol and is now providing $1 million a month of demand into the token. And think about the effects of that. You're effectively creating demand for people earning it from compute or people earning it from code. There's a constant buyer because every week that yield gets turned into more demand for the token. So you've effectively eliminating the need for a centralized treasury. There's nobody handing out grants at Morpheus. if your code got merged into the software and you've got some of those coding weights, you get rewarded automatically by the protocol. You own those tokens and then can go and use them however you please. You want to sell them on the market, you want to hold them, that's up to you, right? You didn't need a bureaucracy or a committee or a DAO to decide on what to fund next. You just created a free market. And that's effectively what Morpheus is. It's a free market for code where the coders are selling their code to the maintainers who are buying that code, merging their weights into the protocol, and they get rewarded by the protocol. And like, I have never seen a project, maybe since Ethereum, that has attracted so much talent to build in the ecosystem. Like, these are people you could never hire, right? But they're really passionate about decentralized AI, about open source. They want to earn protocol rewards. It's really served as an amazing filter for the quality of the people involved, right? You know, I loved the talk by Erik Voorhees earlier, you know, talking about Venice and his vision, right? They're a good example of somebody who's building in the Morpheus community that wants to use the compute and the capital and the other resources of the ecosystem to provide a really cool product. In his case, a free open source version of ChatGPT that doesn't spy on you, that doesn't mine your data, that's private to you, right? And so there's so many examples of that coming out now. And I think the important aspect to understand is if you want to build a neutral project, it has to be permissionless, right? It can't be owned by any one company, can't be owned by any one protocol. It has to be open for anybody to build on. So I often get the question, cool, I love what you're doing at Morpheus, how do we partner? And you can't partner with Morpheus any more than you could partner with Bitcoin. You could integrate it with, though. You could use the capital smart contracts. You could use the coding tools. You could use the inference and the compute that the network is providing and using from Akash and other folks like that. That's really what you want, is these free markets to form around the different pieces you need in order for decentralized AI to be successful. And so it's been a really incredible journey since last September, sort of contributing to this open source, seeing the community evolve, the fair launch happening, the $500 million of staked ETH flowing in, and that's sort of creating this reoccurring revenue into the project that has bootstrapped everything else. And so, you know, what I would emphasize also is this isn't just about Morpheus. This is about every project you want to build using these same primitives. So the project has generalized this concept and said, anybody that wants to do a fair launch, here's the smart contracts, here's the dashboards, here's the audits, knock yourself out. You too can issue a token and not have to have a Swiss foundation, not have to, you know, spend $1 million in legal fees. You don't need a centralized company. You can create all these functions in a smart contract, right? And so this concept of More20 has been generalized now as a platform. So if you want to do a fair launch, a bunch of people are announcing, hey, those are the ethics we believe in. We want to do a fair launch. We want to do something that's owned by our community. And our community is excited to support it. And they can just put their ETH in a smart contract and signal that way as a way to support this project, right? And so More20, you're going to see a lot of announcements this week of cool projects that are adopting this framework and saying that's what we want to do. We want to do a fair launch. But even after they've got the capital, More20 is more than just the money. The next piece is, where do you get the engineers? And if you've already created a framework where hundreds of engineers are used to earning these rewards from a protocol, you can make that same framework extensible for any project that wants to use More20. So if you're in the Morpheus ecosystem, there are an army of developers that want to contribute to your project, earn rewards just like they did on Morpheus, and bootstrap the next cool thing into the ecosystem. And you know, it's the old Mark Twain, you know, history never repeats itself, but it sure does rhyme. And that's what this sort of reminds me of the early days of Ethereum. Like I was there during the white paper days, and when it went live, what did we want to do? We wanted to build cool stuff on Ethereum, right? And what they did so well is everybody who contributed code before the Genesis block got an airdrop of ETH. Those same developers are the ones that went and built all the cool smart contracts and dApps that people use on Ethereum today, right? And so what we're seeing is that same flywheel happen with Morpheus, where all the developers have been earning these rewards, now have an opportunity to build on the platform and earn rewards by releasing a cool smart agent or something like that. And so, one of the things I want to highlight today is, does anybody have an Apple laptop? One or two people? Okay, cool. So the 008 version of Morpheus came out this morning. This is live right now. You can download a large language model on your computer, connect it to your MetaMask, and it can do swaps. And it can answer the question, what's the price of this? What's the price of that? I want to send ETH to Bob. Okay, cool. Is that the Bob you want to send it to? Is that the right amount? And you push one button on MetaMask and approve that action on chain. Like this, yeah, it's not something we're talking about in the future. Like this is live right now. So this is effectively starting off the race. All the cool things that people have built in Web3, how fast can we translate them to a smart agent context? Where now you have this language layer, we can just tell it what you want it to do, and it can say, oh, I understand your intent. You want to stake ETH. You've never heard of Lido? Don't worry about it. Here's the contract. Here's the transaction. Here's the amount. You just push one button to approve. And that's, I think, the mass market moment we need to get to in crypto to get 1 billion people to use it, is to get to the point where you don't have to have deep technical knowledge in order to use these tools. Like, I'm like an old man now, and I talk about the early days of the web, like before search engines, and I realize like less and less people know what I'm talking about, but that's okay. Like, I'm telling you, before search engines, the internet was wonky, and it was like directories and IP addresses and stuff like that. But when search engines showed up, all of a sudden I could just tell it where I wanted to go. I want to go to the sports website. Great, here it is, curated the entire internet, gave me the best example. That's where we need to get to with Web3 and crypto, is we need to stop trying to teach people the guts of how the protocols work and just teach them how to express intent. Like, this is how you use the search, and this is how you actually find what you want to do. I saw a survey of Facebook users. There are like 4 or 5 billion of them now. 50% of them were unaware that Facebook used the internet to provide the service. And that's okay. What that means is you've got billions of non-technical users that didn't have to understand HTTP and TCP and all these acronyms to use the interface, right? And that's what we have to get to here, is crypto has still been in this stage of a few hundred million technical people could use it, and we need to open that up to a much broader ecosystem. So I hope that AI can do for crypto what search engines did for the web. And conversely, crypto has the opportunity to do for AI a huge number of things. Like, who's aware of the executive order that was passed last October on AI? So just a few people. There's a lot of draconian regulations coming down for KYC for data centers. So if you enjoyed KYC for your bank account, welcome to KYC for your data center. They're going to restrict the size of models. That's what they've announced. They're going to license via Homeland Security who can create AI models, like all this crazy stuff. And so if you're in the US, the current outcome is you're only going to be able to use approved models by Microsoft or Google or OpenAI, right? They're effectively crushing all the small AI companies with these regulations because Google was kind of afraid they were going to lose their search market, right? That's what's really going on, is regulatory capture. And so we need an alternative that's open source, people can use from anywhere. Just like Bitcoin didn't care where the hash power was coming from, right? Most of the history of Bitcoin, it was overseas. China became unfriendly, it moved to Texas, right? It moves wherever the friendliest jurisdiction is. And we need that same thing for compute in AI, is being able to run the models from anywhere, being able to train the models from anywhere and release them. Because if you look at the regulations, it's mostly focused on the companies that are running and training these models, but the users can sort of use whatever they want, right? So we have to separate the application layer from the protocol, right? That was the real genius of Satoshi, is he separated the ability to send and receive Bitcoin from the exchanges and the interfaces and the companies who might have created front ends for it, right? And so somebody in any country could create an interface, but the protocol worked wherever, right? It was agnostic. And so we need that same thing for AI today. And Erik talked a little bit about that in his talk, is all the censorship that's going on, sort of all the spyware related to AI models. You know, if you want to solve for that, you really need an alternative. But I want to sort of end on a positive note, is we're winning. Like, the speed at which the open source community has, you know, sort of said, no, we don't want regulatory capture, we want open source alternatives, has been astounding. If you guys have heard of Llama 3, recently released, is now at the same level as like a ChatGPT-4. So the open source models have closed the gap and become the most performant, the most reliable, the most accurate models in the world. And I was talking about this last year. The open source community is much larger than any one company by itself. And this is why open source tends to win over time. 95% of all servers are using Linux because there's no license fee. You can run it anywhere. You don't need anybody's permission. You don't need to slash a credit card. You can just download it and use it, right? Look at phones. 85% of all phones are Android. Like, of course they are. The cost of a license fee to, you know, if you paid for an operating system on a phone, for a lot of phones would be more expensive than the actual phone, right? You can get like a $50 Android phone, right? Imagine you're going to convince that guy to pay $100 a year for a Microsoft license. Like, that's not going to happen, right? And so open source tends to win over time because it creates less friction. It's totally permissionless. And I think that's what's inevitable for AI. I expect 80 to 90% of all people using AI in the future are going to be using something like Morpheus or Venice, or using these open source alternatives because the cost of a proprietary model is so much higher in comparison. But also, it's why AOL lost and the internet won, right? Is you could have millions of different websites and they didn't have to ask anybody's permission. Like, you guys know there were countries that tried to license if you could put up a website. Nobody built websites in those countries, right? The countries where you didn't need a license to release a website, that's where all the websites got built, right? And it's the same thing here. People are going to release thousands of applications, right, on top of Morpheus and these open source AI interfaces, and they're not going to ask us anybody's permission. And so you'll have 10 times more options and ability to do cool stuff outside of a permissioned context, right? And maybe that's like the last thing to say is, you could almost think of this as like the iPhone moment, where now third-party developers can build something and get rewarded. Think of this like an app store, right? People are going to release smart agents that do something cool. The LLM is going to connect them with that application, and they're going to be able to use it and get rewarded, right? It solves for discoverability. It solves for all of the friction. Right now, developers pay Apple 30% of all their revenue for the privilege of using the App Store, right? And so to change that dynamic, you have to change the incentives, right? So that's what I'd sort of leave you with is, you know, what's happening here, how the hell did Morpheus end up with $500 million of staked ETH, is its marketplaces, right? And if you have competition, it gives you better outcome than committees, right? If you have an open market, it gives you a better outcome than bureaucracies. And that's always going to be true. And so it's really cool to see these tools, which we've like talked about or helped build the last 10 or 20 years in crypto and AI, kind of merging together now and helping AI flourish, but also helping crypto go mainstream. So anyway, that's my talk about Morpheus, and excited to be here. Glad you guys are building in the ecosystem, and hope you all have an awesome day. I'll be hanging out back.
Thank you, David. We are going to be checking back in about 5 minutes, a panel on the growth of decentralized compute. So go get a drink, go get some food, whatever you want. We'll be back at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm pleased to have an entire panel of CEOs for today. We are going to be having David Johnston back as one of our moderators for the panel. Let's give him a round of applause. Why not? We have Daniel Keller, CEO of Flux. Dean Nelson, CEO of Cato Digital. And we have Stefaan Vervaet, CEO of Akave.
All right.
Excuse me.
Thank you for the intro. So, yeah, this is one of my favorite topics. We talk about decentralized compute. And, I was just talking about Morpheus on the demand side, but these are the guys doing the hard work on the supply side, creating compute and models that we all need. So why don't we do quick intros and tell us a little about your project?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. A big shout out to Greg for spanning the aisle and bringing one of the Flux guys over. My name is Dan Keller. I'm the co-founder of Flux, Decentralized Compute Network. We run front ends, back ends, game servers, AI, rendering, you name it, we run it. So I think we're in a very unique time right now. It's going to take a village to bring true DePIN to life. So we're really excited to work with other projects like Akash.
Excellent. Dean Nelson, I'm the CEO of Cato Digital. We are a low-cost, low-carbon bare metal platform globally, and what we focus in on is basically putting the right amount of capacity in the right place everywhere. So application storage and GPU servers, and we standardize everything. So you can have any color you want as long as it's black. And the point we do that is that we take second life assets out of hyperscalers, refresh them, and roll them right back into stranded wasted capacity in data centers globally, so that we can now serve that capacity to everyone. That allows us to now have avoidance of carbon specifically, because there's zero embodied carbon. The first life was actually paid for by the previous owner. And then we can now really offset the actual carbon for compute, but that also lowers the cost and enables capacity everywhere. Because, by the way, there's 37 gigawatts of stranded and wasted capacity around the world right now. And we're out of power globally, but there's tens of gigawatts that are available. We should grab it.
All right, so I'm Stefaan Vervaet, CEO of Akave. Akave is a new L2 data layer that connects Web 2 with Web 3. Basically decentralized S3 on-ramp, because what we're seeing in general in decentralized storage, it's really hard to use. And for DePIN projects to take advantage of decentralized compute, they need easy interfaces to connect to decentralized storage, and that's what we provide.
Well, why don't we start there? Why don't we talk about the challenges you guys are seeing and how that's opening up and sort of informing what you're building? Like, what's the core thing you're trying to solve, I guess, said a different way?
Well, I think we're all here for the exact same reason. We understand compute resources are the new oil, the new gold, and we are the miners, so to speak, no pun intended, of that digital gold rush. So I think the biggest thing for us is to start to really educate people about the fact that you can traverse Web 2 and Web 3 very seamlessly. So we don't do a very good job in the blockchain world of making things very simplistic to use. So I think that what we're trying to do is bridge that gap between the have and have-nots. So people that want to have those compute resources, I mean, we have some great marketplaces out there, but there's not a lot of action going on in those marketplaces. And why is that? People are still intimidated about going and using those compute resources, learning what Web3 is, learning what DePIN is. And I think that that's our biggest goal, is we need to be educators. We need to explain that the difference between Web 2 and Web 3, what you're coding in, it's irrelevant. I mean, you're going to be able to do it whether you build it in Python or JavaScript or Java. You're going to be able to deploy it. And that's our biggest thing, is connecting the people that have those compute resources with the people that need those compute resources.
Very cool.
Yeah, I feel like you. I've done this for 35 years now, and I've watched a lot of these cycles happen. And so in the first 30 years of my life, I was on the buying side. So I worked at Sun Microsystems, eBay, PayPal, and Uber, and ran infrastructure. And so we drove about $10 billion worth of infrastructure projects across 4 continents. Okay. And the lessons learned within that is all about hyperscale and standardization and that type of thing. And if you look at today, never in my 35-year history have I ever seen the demand in the way it is. I've never seen this supply so short across every front, whether it's GPUs that are going back out to the data centers and the power capacity. We are at absolutely lowest vacancy rates in data centers ever, 3 to 6%. And the biggest companies in the world have bought out everything, including before the shovels even hit the ground. If you have power, we're going to get it. So that means that we've got a massive constraint, yet a massive demand at the same time. And so, just like you were saying, I think that we have to deliver capacity, and we have to now challenge the way we've done this before. Do we need a Ferrari to drive to work? No. We need a lot of workhorses to go back and actually implement this stuff. So, in other words, you think about 80% of the workloads out there, whether it's Web3 or whether it's generative AI or vertical small language model training, to all the other things that are going to be localized around people and machines, not the centralized stuff when it comes down to huge, massive gigawatt large language model training. That is a huge market, and it's only going to get bigger. And so I think for all of us, this is the gold rush, as you said. But there's a huge demand, and it's not slowing down. Like I said, in 35 years, I've never seen it. I've heard hype cycles forever, but now all of a sudden, whoop, it went up like this, and it's not stopping. And it's not a spike that's going to go down. It's a new baseline, and it's continuing to go back up. So we have to rethink our supply chains. We have to rethink our applications when it comes down to capacity and how they're done. And I love this distributed, decentralized piece of this. The whole concept of, I have all these platforms that centralize all that part. Now, as I start to break it apart, everybody's adopting that capability. They're going to now weave this into what they do every day, but it's going to be the people that are actually driving that change. So I'm very excited about what is possible, but there's never been more opportunity in our space that I've ever seen.
Awesome. Yeah, I think so. I agree. I totally agree with you guys. This is the use case that we've been waiting for, for DePIN.
Amen.
It's like
Killer app.
DePIN's been put on the map because of AI. And to piggyback on that, last year there was a shortage in GPUs, and still is, right? Like the lead time is probably more than a year. The same thing will happen with storage, and you'll see prices will go up. I used to work for one of the largest storage manufacturers in the world, and you have to make decisions almost a year to 3 years ahead of time to buy all your components. So you're constantly like betting what's going to happen in the next 3 years. And they typically do a 5-year review, like meaning forecast. And the point is, none of these manufacturers anticipated this kind of growth, and they're still catching up. And I bet like with storage, you're going to see the same thing. There's going to be a lead time of a year. Again, why is that important? Because now most of the budgets are going to compute. That's the first step. You're doing your proof of concept. You're increasing your budgets. You're moving from proof of concept to production. And then you start optimizing your cost. And then you're going to look at, how can I reduce my cost in this case? How can I move away from centralized storage repositories to bring that data, like you said, closer to where the actual compute is? Because the traffic, the bandwidth, the cost of moving is going to be so much, and it's already hitting to a certain extent some of these users, because Hugging Face went down 3-4 weeks ago, and it kind of affected not only the Web 2 world but also the Web 3 world. And so it's interesting to see that will pull in the storage aspect as well.
Very cool. So that's sort of the challenges, but also the opportunity. One of the things I always want to go into and sort of make it interactive is, what is the thing somebody here today or listening to this later, how can they get involved, right? And that's one of the things I love about sort of decentralized infrastructure, is so many of these are built on communities and open source and stuff like that. Maybe Stefan, you want to kick us off, but how can people, you're launching a new layer 2, is there going to be opportunity for validators? Is it attracting capital to support it from the community side? Is it builders? Like, how can people excited about what you're doing get involved?
Oh, man, so many ways. One, builders, right? Like if you have a DePIN use case, it doesn't even have to be DePIN. It could just be a Web 2 use case as well, and you're looking at reducing your infrastructure cost. You can reach out and follow up on Akave AI to see like what kind of solutions we have in place. We're looking for users that are willing to take a leap of faith, like builders that are willing to take on a new technology and help build the products as well, because as has been proven in the past so many times over, is that even when you take on a new emerging product, yes, it can be painful in the beginning, but at the same time you're also leaping forward. You mean you're bypassing all your other competitors that are not doing that, because we know that this train is going. And as I tell my fellow colleagues from the Web2 world, I tell them, Web3 is like a train. It's coming at you if you decide whether you jump on it or not, or it will hit you. So anyway, it's builders, it's existing users that are looking at improving the experience. So there's a lot you can do today.
That's awesome.
I'm going to put a challenge out there because I think there's a bias that we have, and I've seen this throughout my career, is that I have to have the latest and greatest. And the reason I say that is it's like driving a Ferrari to work. You'd love to have a Ferrari to drive to work, but in the end of it, do you really need one? What's the right tool for the job? And so, for example, NVIDIA partnered with us because they want us to help them get their older GPUs out of their customer site because their customers are out of power. So they want to take out some of their V100s and A100s, roll them out so they can put in the H100s and BD200s into those locations for the same power because of the constraint. But that's an opportunity because when you look at the V100s, we now have the same DGX servers from NVIDIA, which were the gold star, right, trained ChatGPT 3.5, available for vertical SLMs and like simultaneous ChatGPT sessions. There's so many things that can be used for that. So I think it comes down to, are you using the right tool for the job? And so if you look at platforms like Akash, you go in and you see all these different choices of different GPUs and things that you can do different workloads on. If you already defaulted to, I have to have an H100, question yourself. In the end of it, what is the right application of that? Just like we saw within cloud, everybody went into cloud and they had this massive spend, and then they had to go back and optimize because you need to do more with less. And what did they do? They started matching workloads to different platform opportunities and different capacity so that they could now get more output for every dollar they put in. So I think that the key here is rethink what you're going to use it for and what tool you're going to use to do that, because that's going to be a competitive advantage across the board. It doesn't matter if it's Web3 or it's going to be generative AI or any other thing that's a machine learning type workload or even storage. It's the same principle.
Yeah, I like that. And I'll just expand on that a little bit because I think we have an opportunity for people to really start to understand. I mean, let's say all the haves currently have the H100s out there. They're building, they're developing, they're pushing AI forward. Us mid-tier folks and maybe entry level. I look at universities. We partnered with the University of Applied Science in Geneva, Switzerland. And why did we do that? Because they have massive data centers that are just sitting there idle. Same scenario. They have to plan for it every year, capital budget, lots of outlay, lots of downtime. Now along comes something that is completely decentralized. So I think the opportunity lies in whether or not you want to exercise your right to own part of that network. So whether you're mining or running GPUs or running nodes or just participating in a project overall, an educational piece. Get into a community where you trust those. Flux is a good one. Akash is a good one. There's a bunch of other ones out there that are building. Start to educate yourself because make no mistake, the people that run this infrastructure will be business owners in the end. We look at our node operators, 13,000 plus of them, decentralized systems administrators. We look at those as business owners. Mm-hmm. They understand that not everything needs a hammer. Sometimes you need a screwdriver. So, as you stated about, do you need an H100 for what you're doing? Probably not. It's maybe some, 4070 Ti's, bridged and sharded across, 4 or 5 different locations. That would be fine, and it would work. So I think we need to come at this a little bit different. We need to look at this as an opportunity. It's just like when Satoshi penned that white paper. He looked at how do we break that financial stranglehold, and we're looking at the exact same thing in compute stranglehold. Whether you're part of the big evils, the Googles, the Microsoft Azures, the AWSs of the world, there is an opportunity for all of us to step in and be the next leaders of technology. And I think we can do it together. And that multi-chain where you're working with multiple platforms, absolutely going to be a huge, huge success in the end, I think.
Well, that's really cool. I love that concept of, become an owner and participate in this, right? Because I wrote an article a few years ago about the robot economy, right? Everybody's like, what are the jobs or the opportunities going to be once everything's AI and robots? It's like, you want to own part of the robot economy. Yes. Guess what? That's all tokenized in the form of these public networks. If you own, an Ethereum token, you've effectively got ownership in all the smart contracts, right? You're by extension getting exposure to that. And so, I think that's an interesting direction that it's likely to go, is people are going to realize participation in Web3 is the best way for them to participate in AI or robotics or any of these things. So maybe to riff off that a little bit, curious sort of the most interesting trends you're seeing around tokenizing access, right? I know Filecoin did a huge amount of work with launching the FVM, and then you got all these cool tokenized projects launching on Filecoin. Now you've got the layer 2s coming. And so curious how you think about that aspect. We've obviously got a crypto heavy crowd. What does that look like, sort of this next wave of tokenization for people to participate in that way?
Yeah, it's a big question. Well, I mean, obviously we're seeing a lot of L2. So just so you know, I've worked at Protocol Labs for 3 years. As of last week, we started our own company. And so we're seeing a ton more L2s being built right now. And so what I really, what is different than last year, I think, is we're seeing a lot more vertically integrated solutions. So you have horizontal solutions, have vertical solutions. But if you look at like the Hive mappers of the world, where they sell real devices, like cameras that will, sort of crowdsourced mapping of the world, essentially, right? So we're seeing these marketplaces appear that are very vertically integrated. And I love that idea because end users can actually contribute to this economy in a very efficient, and they're directly making money from it. Two is like, so I see a lot more practical use cases when they're vertically integrated. Horizontally, I also see a lot more L2s, just like the one we're building, that are layers that are being built on top of existing L1s that will contribute to functionality that's missing on the L1. And I think in general there, it's what you were mentioning earlier is like it opens up a whole new economy of service providers. And so these service providers, definitely when we're talking about infrastructure, right, can now elevate themselves. So for example, if you look at what a typical managed service provider makes on reselling Amazon or Google or Microsoft, they get maybe 8% margin, right? So that's really small. They've been eroded over the last couple of years. Now they can sort of like take control back, provide compute, data services, and other built-in services that they can now build on these stacks. And we're seeing more interest in that, where last year, 2 years ago, we didn't really have that sort of organic demand coming in because there's more acceptance in general for tokenizing real assets that are coming on chain. So those are some
I think that's great. Yeah, the T-shirt gave you away on the Filecoin side. But no, that's great. Do you guys have other thoughts on tokenization or how you approach that?
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of tokenizing the world, so to speak. I think a lot of times you have to look at your project. Do I really need a token, or can I build on something that currently exists? We so often get lost in this, token drop and all these different things that we need to kind of concentrate, because I think we're at a very pivotal moment. And if we work together as teams building out these platforms, this will be the future. And I think the big thing for us is understanding how these different projects can work together, getting rid of the tribalism that exists in blockchain, because it's, holistically, it's across the board. So, I think this is the time for us to start working on things. And the other thing too is look at your project, really dig down deep. Do I need to build something, or does it already exist, and can I make it better? Because a lot of the projects that we see, I'll give you a perfect for instance. We partnered with OVH. We partnered with Lumen Technologies. These are big players in the data center world. And why are they interested in us? Because they want to have their hand in that Web3 DePIN from the outset. So you're already starting to see this shift in the standard tech sectors where they understand there's a value add coming, and we're going to be the ones that are leading it.
Very cool.
And I'll just give a little different spin on this. I think there's an opportunity that's missed right now for tokenization, and that is in the sustainability component. So in our world, right now there's going to be 43 million servers retired in the next 5 years. 43 million. If you just think of the biggest platforms in the world, those assets are coming out. But there's also the largest net zero commitments in the world from the biggest companies in the world. And we've got this shortage and growth going on. we need to go back and figure out the actual tracking of carbon from birth, use to death. Okay, so carbon accounting across all of this is the absolute opportune application of tokenization. It is screaming for blockchain, because I want to be able to say that server was built where, with what, shipped to where, used for what, by whom, and then, so think of this as kind of the title as it goes all the way through. And so the carbon labels that need to be on the actual assets, to the actual buildings, to the power that's actually being used, all of that comes down to this decarbonization of digital infrastructure. And if you get a chance, look at climateaccord.org. We've united the industry, our industry, on decarbonization, but we don't have an answer to that yet. To me, that's a token, and that should be everywhere and just leveraged by everyone that's doing infrastructure.
Well, thank you guys for your thoughts today. Really exciting panel. Glad you're building what you're building, pushing the universe forward just a little bit. So thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
All right, everyone. We are going to be taking around a 40-minute break. Get some food, get some drinks, and we can come back here for the Akash Builder demos starting at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Akash Network Builder Showcase. We are going to be starting off our showcase with Passage. Arel Avellino, CEO of Passage, is going to be presenting. Please join me in welcoming him.
All right, let's go. I'm gonna set this right here, and then at some point I'm gonna kick it, and this is my splash zone right here. So, awesome. All right, so my name is Arel Avellino. That's right? Yes. Just kidding. So my name is Arel Avellino. I'm CEO of Passage, and before I get into what Passage is, boom. Before I get into what Passage is, how many of you guys use Zoom? Just like raise your hand. I'm really glad that it was all of you guys, because you probably all know what I'm about to talk about. How many of you guys love Zoom? You like love using it? All right, it's nobody's favorite tool. All right, there's kind of a reason for that. No one really gets excited about doing a video call. And so part of the reason why like Passage is doing what we're doing is because there was a period of time where we all had to do this. We all had to use this experience right here. You got the cat, you got the whole thing, right? People don't have their video feeds on. It basically just feels like awkward Hollywood squares. So this is where we're doing everything though. Like we're not just doing just normal video calls on this. We're doing like meetings, community events. We're doing all kinds of stuff, all just in this awkward space. But so this isn't even like, so this is the experience, but like there's even a gate to get into this experience. You don't even, if you don't have it downloaded, you can't use it. So it takes about 19 clicks to get into a Zoom experience. 19 clicks to basically have the awkward Hollywood squares. So for us at Passage, we worked with Capitol Records, Amazon, American Girl, all of them having this problem of trying to solve the really bad experience of just meeting in that awkward Hollywood squares. So this is Passage, and I'll let you guys. Oh, video cannot be loaded. Let me try again. This is Passage, guys. The drama. It's a really good play button, I promise. The old not connected to the internet. What's that? You know what? In all fairness, yes, that is absolutely true. So what you're going to see is you're going to see essentially us breaking free of the square, breaking free of this experience of just meeting in, this unrelational box of video feeds. One of the big problems that we had to solve when trying to create a more engaging way to meet online is when we're all here, we feel a sense of space. I wonder what's gonna happen. If I press back, what'll happen? It's not gonna mess you up, is it? Okay. Because I wanted to show. So basically when you're meeting in that Zoom call that we all saw, that meeting, what company is that? What is the context, what's the feeling of being in that company? That could be a tech company, that could be, a e-commerce company. It could have, a more competitive atmosphere. You really don't know what the experience is of being a part of that community versus anybody else who's hosting a Zoom call. And the sense of place really makes a significant difference. It's always easier to show than to tell. So this is not the one that we wanted to show. We want to do the one right before it. Do you think it might be a problem with just that video? It's also on my phone, so you guys just want to like gather around and... Well, so while we're waiting for this to load up, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about, kind of what it is that we're sort of up against in the world of meeting together. So probably all of you guys have experienced this. Something like 49% of employees are exhausted by having videos on, because essentially when you're meeting in a Zoom meeting, how many of you guys look at yourself probably more than you look at the other person in the meeting? I appreciate you guys. Confession, let's go. I do it because like when you look at the UX or you look at the UI of Zoom, the experience of that is your face is right there and it's right in front of you the whole time, and it's hard to be relational when all you do is you have a mirror right in front of your face. So for us, we made place a big part of the screen real estate. We made place a big part of how you're interacting with other people in the room. What you guys are about to see is essentially the combination of having the Zoom experience of being able to see the other person, but then also the experience of a game where if I'm up close to you, you hear me up close. If there's something going on in our space, we both get to experience that. A big part of having a virtual community, whether it is your outward community or your internal company, is being able to have some sense of shared culture and experience. But the tools that we have online don't really give us that. Short of just playing a video game together, which we've actually done that. One of the things that we do in our company, there's a culture of just setting aside like a little bit of time each week to just play a game together, because we're a completely remote virtual company. Short of doing that, there's really not a lot of ways to have that same kind of shared experience. So, oh, it's the Mater deck. Love that. So one of the things that we'll be getting into here, I'm really excited to be able to actually show you guys the experience. The reason I'm really excited to be able to show you the experience is because what you'll see is access to an immersive world that also is one click on any device. Let's go. Well, what you're going to see is this. So
as we start to like form a conversation, everybody moves naturally. This is happening like live in front of us. Without saying anything, you know who I'm talking to, right?
Boom. That is what Passage is. So what you just saw was essentially an Unreal Engine streamed experience that you can access on a browser. So when you get into a Passage experience, it takes one click to get in. Boom. Actually, you just saw it right there. That was the one click. And then you're directly into the event experience. That means that anybody anywhere in the world, so long as they have some internet access, and it's really the amount of internet access that you would need to like stream something from Netflix. So long as you have internet access, you can get into a Passage world and you can have that level of engagement. Which one felt more like a community, more like an event? Was it the Zoom, Hollywood, awkward, square? No, it's when you can actually have presence in a space. So one of the things I want to show you guys real quick is how easy it is to just get one of these worlds set up. So I think if I just, yep. So basically, we have a bunch of pre-made worlds. We also have the ability to just customize a world. We'll soon have world building tools enabled. You just create the event, schedule it, put a name on it, whatever the start time is and the duration, and then you're inviting your guests, the number of attendees that are going to be available, and then everybody can just get in through a link. So as easy as it is to just share a Zoom link, you can share a Passage World link. So what types of worlds are being created right now? I really like how diverse each of these spaces look. When you actually look at each one of these spaces, you can tell that there's a significant personality. The top right top right there is DeFi Dojo, and the DeFi Dojo guys are here. They have a very unique personality. You got the Chihuahua world in there. They've opted out of having the like video feeds and audio feeds in the experience. It's just the characters, and that's just part of their community. So again, each of these are one click. You get into them just directly through any browser on any device. And again, the worlds are up to your imagination. You just want to meet into a space and do screen share. That's the center one right there. You know, somebody just sharing a price chart, you know, having a conversation with their community. So the types of communities that are building worlds on Passage, you know, we've got schools that are looking at Passage, colleges that are looking at Passage. We have live events that are trying to take that same live event experience and bring it into a more immersive environment. We also have lots of communities, especially in the decentralized place, where those communities are going to always be remote communities. Like, they're probably not going to have a shared space at any point in time unless they're at an event like this. So to have the ability to meet together as a community and have a sense of presence is highly impactful. So right now we're just in V0, but we already have a bunch of different use cases of worlds that are in the pipeline. And so we're really excited about all of that. So we're at Akash Accelerate. So why does this matter to anybody who is maybe more interested in the future of, you know, decentralized compute and all that? Well, to be able to create this type of an experience, we need a lot of GPUs. In order to, in fact, actually, so it was funny, I was actually just talking to somebody off stage about this. What got us into crypto was not Bitcoin or anything like that. It was Akash. We first discovered, you know, the power of what can be done in a decentralized environment by watching what Akash was doing. But then at the same time, we had a significant need. We needed GPUs, and there's one big player. There's a couple, but there's like basically one big player in the marketplace. So discovering Akash, it helped us in several different ways. The first major way is that it helped us reduce costs. So right now we're in the process of, you know, creating an integration. Let's see here. So right now we're doing a full integration with Akash so that when you go to select, you know, where your world is being streamed, instead of having it streamed in a centralized space, you can actually choose that it's streamed on Akash GPU. And what's exciting about this to us is that this is kind of a no-brainer for people who are creating these experiences because the cost is significantly reduced. But then at the same time, you know, we love the idea of being able to provide unstoppable community spaces on the unstoppable cloud. To me, that just sounds exciting. But then also, you know, if somebody had the ability to just shut off your ability to meet together in a community, I mean, to me, that is that's not what we're building this future for. That's not what we're trying to, you know, build the future of communities, the future of gathering together. By the way, at no point do we ever believe this replaces meeting together, but man, this is way better than that, you know, standard in the box experience that you get from, for whatever reason, everyone chose boxes. Everyone chose boxes for us to meet in. I definitely prefer circles and meeting in a 3D space that is part of the experience, not just an afterthought to the experience. So what you're seeing right now is actually the first ever Akash world, the first ever world being streamed on Akash GPU. The integration isn't complete. It'll actually be complete at the end of, basically by September. We're hoping it'll be complete. And then people will be able to get the full experience of Passage using Akash. So for those of you guys who are part of, if you would say you were part of the Akash community, I want you guys for a second to just imagine, you know, what it would be like instead of us, you know, meeting on, I didn't know it was gonna be that loud. But instead of us meeting in Zoom, imagine us meeting here in an Akash themed world. Instead of us, you know, maybe throughout the year just getting on like, you know, Twitter Spaces. Instead, we're like meeting here, and we're meeting knowing that we're on Akash GPU, knowing that Akash GPU providers are giving us the ability to gather. I mean, that to me is hugely impactful. So one of the reasons why you guys should be really excited about this, especially if you guys are a Akash provider, is that we're about to use a lot of GPUs. One of our biggest concerns building Passage in the way that it is built is that there are vice grips on how many GPUs are actually out there and available. And so Akash and what they're doing essentially is enabling us to scale and know that we'll have enough GPUs to meet the rising demand for what we're building right now. So guys, very, very excited about where this is going. Very, very excited about the future of decentralized compute, open compute marketplaces. Thank you for listening. Also, if you guys want to connect with us, we're going to be around throughout the event. Lex is leaving early, but me and Brianna will be around throughout all of Consensus. You can also just take a picture of this, and that's our contact form. You'll be able to connect with us. We can also talk to you about if you wanted to set up a Passage world. Right now, we have a list of people, and particularly we want to prioritize people who have communities that they want to bring in. So, yep, very, very excited. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much, Arel. Can someone just open the door really quickly in the back? Thank you. There's a guest that needs to come in. Up next, we have Ishan Dhanani, founder engineer and AI lead at Brev, as well as Anish Metapoti, founding team and go-to-market from Brev. Please give them a round of applause.
You want to go on that side?
Yeah.
I'll go with-
Cool. Hey everyone, my name is Anish Metapoti.
Hey everyone, my name is Ishan Dhanani.
And we're with Brev.dev. And we're here to share a little bit of our story about how we started working with Akash Network and how we're currently utilizing Akash for production-grade ML workloads.
Sweet. So again, let's flash back to last summer, September. I think everyone was trying to fine-tune Llama 2, right? I was one of those people. And the issue was I couldn't get GPUs, right? So again, the first issue was I went to AWS, GCP, Azure, the big clouds, tried to access an A100. I couldn't get any quota. Okay, I looked around to other GPU clouds. I couldn't get any availability for the A100s I wanted, right? And the third, I tried to buy my own GPUs, and I couldn't actually afford them. I was a broke college student, right? So again, that was the big issue. Had no idea where to actually get them. And then we actually found Akash, right? So I was scrolling on Twitter one day, and I saw Akash actually had just done a GPU testnet. Now, I come from a blockchain background. I started the blockchain club in my university. I've worked in the ZK space for a while, but I hadn't really heard of a super cloud on-chain. So the first thing I did was I tried to actually deploy an instance. I bought AKT, loaded in my Keller wallet, wrote an SDL, deployed the SDL, SSH'd in, and I actually got my model running, which was huge. I had no idea I could even do that, right? So the first thing I did was I told Anish and our other co-founder Tom, and I was like, hey, there's something here, right? I mean, the pain points were obvious. It was a little bit annoying to kind of handle the whole crypto transactions and then move into my instance. But again, Akash was a sleeping beast here. People on Twitter were talking about, hey, where do I get H100s? Where do I get A100s? Here we were able to access them on demand, right? So the first thing we did was we registered in the first Akash hackathon, right? And we actually ended up doing pretty well. We won third with the Llama 2 fine-tune.
So the big kind of takeaway from Ishan's experience was he's able to get GPUs on Akash. It took him quite a while to get there, but he's able to get value out of Akash. And so the immediate question on our end was, how do other AI/ML developers who are trying to do the same thing as us also reap the same benefits without having to go through the same troubles we did? So in our idea, we felt there needed to be an abstraction on top of Akash Network to make it easier for Web 2, non-Web3 native AI/ML developers to actually utilize the GPUs in the Akash supercloud. So literally one day, and it took a shot in the dark, and I sent a message in the Discord, and literally asked if anyone had any idea or had been thinking about building an ML ops platform on top of Akash. And Anil, the head of product, the VP of product at Akash Network, reached back out to me a college student at the time, and said, hey, let's chat. Let's figure out how we can go about this. And 10 days later, we hopped on a call with Greg, who's also the CEO and founder of Akash Network / Overclock Labs. So on this call, what we did was essentially laid out our assumptions, right? We had this hypothesis that Akash is a great source of GPUs at a time where there's a GPU compute squeeze. Now, Ishan had successfully been able to fine-tune and deploy Llama 2 on top of the network, but how can other AIML developers who weren't as familiar with Web3 networks work with it like us? Had Akash Network been seeing similar people with the same use cases who struggled to utilize the network because of these issues? And the fact of the matter was, they validated all of our hypotheses. And we came out of that meeting with 3 main learnings. The one is, focus on the key infrastructure needed and the minimum viable infrastructure needed in order to deploy on Akash. Second is, figure out exactly what knobs and dials do AIML developers want. It's very easy to say, hey, we'll build an AIML interface, but what does that really mean for non-Web3 native customers? What do you need to abstract, and what sort of knobs and dials do you need to include so they don't feel like it's pure magic and they can actually have control over their experience? And finally, what we ultimately realized is Akash is focused on being the very, very strong base and foundation for decentralized AI. But it's up to the community and the ecosystem to come build abstraction, tooling, and actual applications eventually on top of this foundation. And we left that meeting extremely, extremely inspired to go and create what eventually became Agora Labs.
Right, so I want to talk a little bit about what ML native tooling kind of looks like, right? If you've done any sort of ML work, you're pretty familiar with Colab, pretty familiar with Jupyter Notebooks, probably have used Paperspace, SageMaker, Azure Studio, all these different things that exist, right? And the thing is, people don't go and use AWS or these clouds because of just their raw access to compute. They use them because they have very carefully created abstractions and tools built on top of their hardware. Now again, looking through it and even just tinkering around, we couldn't quite find anything that would fit an ML native developer to use Akash, right? So the 3 kind of biggest pain points were payment, deployment, and auth, right? If you're crypto native, you have no problem using a wallet. You've done swaps before, you have your private key stored somewhere safe, hopefully, right? And then you are very familiar with deployment as well on Akash because it's an SDL. You're okay with learning a new language because you've done it in the past. But for these really kind of rock solid ML developers who are very comfortable fine-tuning, have done it for a long time, these guys don't want to kind of ruin their existing workflow. They have a stack, they've used it, it works, and they don't want to kind of change it up. So what we did was we took things that ML developers really cared about and added them to our kind of first version of Agora, right? So payment became Stripe. It's just a credit card. You log in very easily and you're able to pay. We handle tokens all in the background. For auth, we use Clerk, again, a very standard thing. You would log in with your email and we would kind of figure out the wall in the background for you. And then for deployment, which is the most important part here, we had 2 very carefully created abstractions after talking to customers. We had a very simple Jupyter Lab open button, which would just let you start prototyping, and then you could SSH in to start running your jobs and actually open up an inference endpoint.
So these people that we referenced to were similar people to us. We were college students at the time, so we went all over our respective campuses, Syracuse University, UT Austin, and Columbia, and we talked to other students our age as well as researchers. And we learned a ton about their workflows, as well as basic primitives they needed to actually successfully launch something on Akash Network. So with that in mind, we actually launched our MVP a couple months back, which was, hey, how fast can I spin up a Jupyter Lab? And can I actually connect my Google Drive to mount models, checkpoints, storage, whatever you need, and actually perform your training job? And with that, we built this MVP. And here's an example of what the UI looked like. You're able to quickly mount storage to and from the actual instance. You're able to close and delete the instance just like you would on a traditional cloud instance, and with basic primitives that Ishan mentioned with the ML native tooling. So essentially what we done here is created the first kind of Web 2 abstraction, ML abstraction on top of Akash Network to where people could reliably and successfully run jobs. And that was a huge breakthrough for us. Things started to click in people's heads, and they realized they could come to Akash Network to reliably get the GPUs that they couldn't quite get before from the respective university clusters or from the big 3 clouds like AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure. Here's an example of what that Jupyter Lab actually looks like once you open it. We have a GPU profiler that kind of shows you all the data of memory utilization, how the hardware is being used, etc. This is also a kind of a screenshot of how you can SSH into the machine and actually run longer Python training jobs or anything of that nature. And so essentially all this kind of showing is, hey, we've created this ML abstraction, and now ML developers at our universities were actually able to use Akash Network.
Yeah, and again, as we started reaching out, a lot of people started using us. We started getting some contracts. Some bigger names started using us. We had to kind of really talk to Greg, talk to all these providers, and figure out that, hey, let's make this usable. We got quoted a couple times, which was pretty cool. And then our co-founder Tom made an account on Brev.
So we had been building Agora Labs at the time. right? This is a purely MLOps kind of abstraction on top of Akash network. And our biggest competitor at the time was a very similar platform that wasn't even focusing on Web3 at all. They were focused on aggregating the main clouds from Web 2, so such as Google Cloud, Oracle, Lambda, of those kind. But what they had been also doing is aggregating these clouds and providing the same two primitives that we had found by talking to our customers, Jupyter Notebooks and SSH Access. And we realized that we basically had the exact same vision. How can we find a way to aggregate compute and abstract away the complexities of infrastructure overhead and give them the two basic primitives they need to actually build AI applications on top using Jupyter Notebooks and SSH Access? And so after Tom, our third co-founder, made an account on Brev.dev, which is our biggest competitor at the time, their CEO emailed us one day and said, hey, can we hop on a call? You guys seem to be doing something really cool, and I want to know what you guys are up to. And us as college students who were first-time founders were like, why is our biggest competitor trying to talk to us? And so we jumped on the call and immediately found out that they had the exact same vision as us, which is, hey, how can we handle this infrastructure overhead without ML developers having to worry about it so that they can just go ahead and focus on the AI applications? So after hopping on call and they shared our story with us, we shared it with them, Natter straight up point blank asked us, can we acqui-hire you guys? And can you come to SF, and how fast can we get this moving? 3 days later, we literally hopped on a flight, went to SF, compared roadmaps, and literally became acquired from Agora Labs to now part of Brev.dev. So now we want to focus on, okay, that was pretty smooth, right? We were able to get acquired, but like the implementation is very, very different because these guys have been working a lot with the Web 2 kind of clouds, whereas we were primarily focusing on Akash network. And so Ishan's going to talk about some of the implementation details and how we had to make that happen.
Yeah, and I really want to focus on these because I'm sure a lot of people here and people that are listening in are trying to build on Akash and want to know how they can integrate Akash into production applications. So the three kind of biggest steps that we have here are a provider list, an inventory API, and the actual GPUs. So right now, when we were working on Agora, we would just kind of blindly pull the network and find GPUs that worked. Now what we do is we have a set provider list that is constantly changing as we do our tests. So we've got providers for A100s, providers for H100s, A6000, L40s, all of them. And what we first do is we're able to at all times get an exact count of how many GPUs are on Akash and how many are usable by us. The next thing that we do is we actually have an inventory API. This inventory API actually lets us see, okay, if, for example, this provider has 5 GPUs and has this much storage, how much can we actually access at this time? This then actually gets fed into the SDL, and we're able to request without ever going over or ever going under. And then the third thing is wallet management. Now, this one's pretty key when you're trying to create a Web 2 abstraction over Web 3, right? So the way we did this was actually have 2 wallets instead of 1. So when you think about getting instance pricing on Akash, right, it's not just simply pulling the chain. You actually have to create multiple bids for each GPU type, and then you get a list of, okay, these are the prices for these GPUs. So we actually have one wallet that's constantly pinging pulling the chain over and over again, getting accurate prices. And we've kind of built out an internal queuing system because transactions can't be parallelized, which allows us kind of at all times to have a very fresh cache for prices. The second one is wallets, right? So the second wallet lets us actually top up instances and also manage a user's instances because these aren't actually quite transactions that need to go through. The third thing is a multi-node RPC implementation. Now, again, back in the Agora days, we were just using a single RPC node, and whenever Akash would go down, we wouldn't actually know what to do. So yeah, and what we did here is we actually created this sort of load balancing RPC technique. So what we now do is whenever we want to create transactions to the chain, we actually pull all 3 or 4 RPCs at once. And whichever one comes back fastest as healthy, we send our transactions through that. Now, this always lets us stay up because if an RPC goes down, you don't want to also go down, especially when you're handling kind of larger workloads. So this is something I really recommend if you're going to be using Akash in production. Kind of build something similar to this so you can always have a healthy state of the network. And then persistent storage. This one is still currently a work in progress at Brev, but we've got guys back home working on it right now. Whenever you use Akash sometimes, and this is a Kubernetes level issue here, but sometimes if you max out the memory or the storage, your pod will restart, and that has potential for user data loss. Now, you don't want to be fine-tuning a model, go over or hitting out a memory error, and then all of a sudden you've lost all your checkpoints, all your models, all your data. That would kind of suck. So what we've done now is we've actually mounted a persistent volume inside of your directory. And what we do is we recommend users who use Akash to actually move their important files, for example, your Hugging Face cache, all your data sets. We recommend that you move them into this kind of persistent storage, which allows you, even if your pod restarts or something goes down on Akash on our end, your data is always safe. And here's a little demo that we've got on how easy it is to really use Akash on Brev. There we guy. Okay. Nice. So this is the Brev console page right here. These are my instances. It's as easy as this. You simply just create new. You choose your GPU type. So here we're choosing an Akash H100. Give it a name. I think I choose Akash ML. And then simply click deploy. Now, in the background, this is doing all the steps that I mentioned in the slides before. Right now, we're bringing the provider that we just selected here, who had the best combination of price, uptime, etc., and we're now running the deployment. Now, Akash is actually super, super nice because it deploys very fast. They actually cache our containers. So in this example, we're using a Brev container with Python 3.10 and CUDA 12.01. This has already been cached on this provider in the background, and now it's simply just starting off the deployment. Wait for a second here. It takes a little bit of time. That's literally how fast it is. That's basically real time right there. Now in the background, we're starting up a Cloudflare tunnel for our Jupyter notebook, and boom. You're basically in, ready to start building here. And then, honestly, my next favorite part, which is how a lot of ML developers use, is actually through SSH, right? So with Brev, it's simply as easy as going Brev refresh, Brev ls. We have Akash ML running, and you simply just type in Brev shell Akash ML. It's waiting for the connection to be established. It's going to load in, and boom. You're basically in an Akash instance. And I've got the classic NVIDIA SME check that all of us do. H100. So I mean, no crypto, no tokens, nothing at all. You paid with Stripe to access Brev. You clicked a couple buttons, and you were in an Akash instance, right? This is why companies that do real ML now are going to be using Akash. Because these guys don't want to add in tokens. They don't want to add in a bunch of these extra flows. They want to do things exactly how they do on their current platform, right? And that's where Brev really kind of comes in.
And the hard work of implementing the multi-node RPC implementation, persistent volumes, etc., was done so we could abstract all this complexity away and run through the same workflow like they would on any other Web 2 cloud, like AWS and Google Cloud.
So yeah, we already talked about the benefits right there. But again, Akash has insane GPUs available. I mean, I don't know where else you can get an H100 for less than $1. I don't know where else you can get straight up DGX clusters, A100s, for almost less than $5, right? And then again, cache containers loading in less than a minute. That's something that even big cloud providers don't provide.
So for context, if I wanted to deploy on Google Cloud, it might even take up to 5 minutes. Whereas with Akash, I always find that my Jupyter notebooks load in less than a minute, which always improves the UX experience and something that we found as a healthy surprise when using Akash. So I wanted to walk through a case study for how Brev is actually being used in the enterprise space today, right? And so I wanted to highlight our first enterprise customer, NVIDIA, and how they actually utilize Brev.dev to create launchables. So what are launchables? Launchables are basically reproducible GPU templates that allow anyone to deploy stuff onto GPUs and allow others to re-replicate what that means. So take, for example, NVIDIA's use case, right? NVIDIA has a ton of inference optimizing and other ML optimized software that they want people to use on their GPUs to maximize the throughput and output that they get on these machines. But in order to actually run the software, they need specific hardware and container configurations that require additional overhead that most AI/ML developers aren't used to. And so kind of how this works on the Brev end is you're able to specify a source of compute, right? So I could say H100 from Akash. I could then specify a specific container. Maybe it's an NVIDIA specific one, or maybe it's just a default PyTorch image that I want to load onto the instance. I can bring in a Jupyter notebook from a GitHub repo. I can expose certain ports for inference or any other sort of application, and boom, I now have a reconfigurable, shareable GPU template that anyone can use. And now NVIDIA has been using us to create their own launchables that they share on their social media. This will derive compute from Akash amongst other GPU providers, while also giving tons of millions of users the ability to now use their software much more easier. So kind of the big takeaway, just wanted to show an example here of how NVIDIA actually took the launchable and put the button on their website to create one-click deploys that allow anybody to just straight fine-tune Mistral 7B using their NeMo software framework on GPUs, whether it's from Akash, GCP, Azure, some of the other cloud providers that we provide. So kind of the big takeaway here is Brev.dev has really relied on Akash in the last couple of months to source some of our B2C needs and supply compute, and Akash has really come through. Now, it's required careful abstractions, careful tooling, careful thinking about how we want to implement this for production-grade workloads and enterprise customers. But as we can see here, this has been a really, really strong foundation for us. Rewinding back to last summer, we were just a couple of 3 college students who wanted to fine-tune Meta's latest model, but couldn't figure out how to get the compute to do it. And now we've dived into this rabbit hole where we now work with the Akash team, have been acquired as a company, now working in San Francisco, and just wanted to go to showcase how building on Akash can bring amazing things our way. Something I really want to highlight here as well is decentralized AI is still really, really early. Agora Labs and Brev.dev has made a really great way to pave the path for this tooling that can bring AI ML workloads onto Akash, but there's still so much more work to be done to establish these basic primitives that can even match Akash's performance with the Web 2 cloud. And there's still a lot more work to be done here. And so on behalf of Brev.dev, Agora, Ishan, and I really want to urge anyone who's interested in this decentralized AI space to come in and make this impact happen. Remember, the way we started working with Akash was just sending a simple message in the Discord. And we're able to get on a call with the VP of product and CEO who immediately validated what we had in mind and allowed us to build what we could and flourish. We took that and now became eventually Brev.dev. And we really urge others to do the same so we can advance decentralized AI moving forward. Thank you guys so much for your time and appreciate it. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, Brev team. We have one more builder that's going to be coming. We can open the doors for anyone that needs to leave right now. Please join me in welcoming Jiahao from Flux. Round of applause. Can you guys give a round of applause? I already did.
Oh, yeah. Hey, everyone. Hey, oh, wow, see some old friends here. So, this is not our slide. Yeah, my name is Jiahao CEO and founder of Flux. Today I'm gonna talk about the decentralized AI in practice, especially with Akash. Yeah, that's the reason why we're here, right? So, tell me maybe either here or on air on the internet, how many of you guys have used LLMs recently, like chatbots, of course? Man, everyone did, right? And how many of you have suspected like your data was given to a third party sending you some advertisements without your consent? So that's the reason why we're so concerned about those privacy issues in the whole ecosystem, right? And also there's other questions, like how many of you guys are engineers who trained LLMs before? Train those models, cool. And then how many of you guys have trained those models on other people's computers, other people's graphic cards? That's a bit harder, right? And even harder is how many of you guys have trained large language models on other people's GPUs and with other people's data, but you don't take them back. It still stay on their local machine. So that's basically what I think is decentralized AI is going to change. So we don't have to always centralize everything in one place. Of course, the centralized training for the base model is still very efficient, right? But with decentralization, what we are trying to tackle is how do we utilize all these resources from different parts of the world, right? From different containers, even from different businesses to work together without needing to offend any of the privacy concerns. So that's what Flux is doing. So yeah, so in the term Flux, it's actually it's an academic term which we defined. It's called Federated Learning and Blockchain Flux, right? It's a pun. So if you live in London, feel free to go to my stand-up comedians. So I like puns. So what we're trying to bring is how to utilize this emerging technology in AI already, federated learning, with blockchain. So blockchain can help with the governance and to help with this headless control, headless governance, consensus of the whole training process, instead of having to have someone in the middle. For example, Google is using federated learning as well. Everyone now using Google phones that they are predicting your typing habits on your keystrokes, right? So they can claim that they won't be evil, but how can you prove that, right? So the only way I think in our view is with blockchain, the transparency and auditable backtrace of all the chain transactions. That's an important thing for you to actually verify your data always stays local and security with yourself. So yeah, so that's what we built. Basically, the decentralized AI, the whole ecosystem family. These are the partners we work with, like including the ones who are doing decentralized compute, the ones who are doing training, the ones who are doing decentralized inference, and also the Web3 applications who build based on those infrastructures, right, and then make it an application. So yeah, I mean, these are all the players, I mean, all the big players in the market or we worked with before. So everyone is taking a part of the whole landscape ecosystem, and then we connect together. So yeah, Flux here, basically we do the training part. We work with compute providers. We work with data providers like Filecoin guys just sitting back there. And also the inferencing and applications, of course. And we actually have our application co-creation application marketplace already. So you can see a lot of bots on that marketplace already that maybe can talk with you about what's a specific L1 chain, right? What's the information about it? How can I build on this chain? Instead of looking into a specific knowledge base where this whole thing is co-created by the community. So everyone just popping down some knowledge together. So yeah, the reason that all of us trying to do this decentralized training and decentralized learning, as I mentioned earlier, is of course, first of all, the centralized model access is not, so OpenAI is not open, right? It's not accessible by everyone. And also the poor compensation for data, especially. That's already not the news anymore. Like in the early days when GPT came out, and then Elon Musk figures out, oh, you're actually leveraging my Twitter, so I have to close this firewall now. Like you have to pay £5,000 if you are going to scroll some of my data through my API, right? So yeah, that's a brave move. Similarly for Reddit, it was a free, very nice market. Oh, sorry, it was a free. It's a free discussion board, and everyone likes it. But then soon after GPT debut, then they figured, oh, we need to charge people who are actually using our API. And also the risk of bias models. We all know this. Back in several months ago, right, Google's Gemini, there's a big scandal about the results are so biased. So even sometimes PChat came out to say, sorry about this. But how can you improve it? Sorry, how can you improve it? How can you prevent this to be happening? I think decentralization is a way for it. And also, recently there's a hype. People saying, I resigning from OpenAI to do something else, right? That's me. That's just for fun. I didn't work for OpenAI. So what Flux presents is this a whole structure in terms of data flow. So we have 3 basic components. One is the AI Arena, which we launched recently with many of our big node operators and also the engineers from communities like Numerai, Kaggle, Hugging Face. They build on this, they compete on this. For example, if there's a task created, they will propose their model to see whichever can be the best, right? And there's FL Alliance, where it's basically the federal learning part that to keep every user, every participant's data stays local. You don't have to worry that, oh, if I'm joining this training with someone else, that I need to send my data to any third party. And thirdly, of course, the dApps and applications where we work with our clients both in Web 2 and Web 3. Web 2 includes those in healthcare industry, financial industry, and Web 3 are those on-chain players, as I showed before, Olas, Morpheus. Yeah, so these are our alliances, let's say, basically. They farm together so we can have this data flow in this AI arena. We have the competition of a battlefield for the best model, and that best model will serve our FL Alliance for as a back end, and also serving the applications for the front end. So these two will form an application, an end-to-end application for your business use cases, which is quite useful in many of the sensitive areas, especially like healthcare, finance. Yeah, and basically how it works, it looks like this, but we have detailed paper in our final slides. You'll find a QR code. Basically, you can see all our paper lists. There are 3 different, well, 4, but 3 different roles in Flux that you can participate and join together. Basically, for example, the task creators are those who create a task. For example, if I am a healthcare company, I'm trying to do a small clinical trial with a lot of people. Maybe they don't live in one place, right? They probably across the world or even different countries. So what's the best way to actually do this training with them? Because traditionally, maybe it costs a lot of regulation headaches, right? So those are the task creators. They will come to Flux and put up a task, put on some incentives as well, and then to incentivize the community to help building with them. So the training nodes are those builders. Basically, they will propose models, they will compete which one has the best result, and then validators are the ones randomly selected in each training process, and then they're gonna compare your model and your model results with the metrics that you've chosen. For example, the loss functions, right? You've chosen, and then to see whether it's helping the model to be better. And then if they are playing evil, they'll be slashed out. If they are not, then it's a good thing for everyone. And then eventually end users just end users. For example, I'm wearing this Apple Watch. It's recording some of my data, and then I can willing to join a training with one of the lifestyle company who is tracking my sleep health care, right? Sorry, my sleep health, and then trying to do a prediction for me whether I can do a good sleep tomorrow or maybe I should avoid caffeine tomorrow, something like that. I'm just a random example. So these are the end users. Basically, these are the roles in a whole training platform. Looks like this. We have the data layer, AI layer, and the blockchain layer. Blockchain layer, the role of the blockchain layer is for three important things. Incentive, of course, everyone knows, right? If you are contributing, you want to get some returns. And staking, so for people who want to bet on other people's model or trying to contribute to the community, that's for the staking part, and also the consensus part. That's the important part. That's what actually makes Flux so different from others, because we're not just incentivizing the community. And governance consensus is actually important for the whole training process. It's actually helping us to get a better model instead of only just using it for some incentives. And then the AI layer, as I mentioned, these are the roles here, and also the data layer. Either you have proprietary data or you have your end users data, which means even if a task creator working with us, they don't even have to collect their users' data. Everything can stay local for their end users as well. So it's like totally isolated. So what we're doing with Akash is, of course, as I mentioned, this is decentralized AI. We have data from other places. We have compute from other places. So Akash is a place where we can source those GPUs, right? I guess many of you build on Akash here today. So the collaboration between us and Akash is we actually had a very detailed tutorial about how to use Akash to one click becoming a validator of Flux. And also there's another tutorial coming later this week about how to one click using Akash become a trainer of Flux. So it's going to be a smooth smooth learning curve for anyone who are already on Akash and just pick the container that Flux did on Akash and then join the training. It become a Flux trainer already. So yeah, there's a term, right? You don't have to choose between mining Akash or mining Flux. It's one stone, two birds. So we have a video here. Yeah. Just walk everyone through how it works. Thanks to our DevRel, Tim.
Hey guys, this is Tim back again. So this will be a tutorial video on how to run our LLM loss validator on top of Akash. So the whole process is quite simple. If you are directly accessing Akash Network's Git repository, you will find this awesome Akash repo where you can search our Flux template over here. So in this README, we briefly describe the usage, the documentation, and the support. Let's start with the usage to get your Flux API key and the task ID directly from our train.flux.io platform. As we come into our train.flux.io platform, we can see we have 3 tasks available. So the first task has been finalized, but you can still join in to the second and third task, where both of them are in the submission phase. Okay, in order to become a validator, you first need to get our Flux ML token, and then you need to select the task and stake in. So the minimal requirement is 50. As you can see, I've already staked into the task ID 3, this AI friend Loki. So now I am allowed to validate the model submitted by the training node. Now let's go back to the Git repository. So simply open this YAML. So we have provided this YAML for you to use. All you need to have is the Flock API key and the task ID. So we know the task ID will be 3 in this case. Next, we need to get our API key over here. Underneath your address, you will see this API tab, and then directly generate a new API, and then copy this API using this button. Now let's get into Akash Network console. So the Akash Network is URL will be akash.network, and then once you're in, you can come in and deploy now. I will accept the disclaimer, and then next thing up is directly deploy. So what we do is at the moment, I think we are yet to see our template alive on Akash, but the next thing, so for this tutorial, I will be building my own template, or let's just search to see if we have template available here. Okay, oh yeah. So if you come into the find your template tab and search for Flock, simple, you will see this Flock validator, and then just tap it in, and then directly deploy. All we need to do is just use the API key over here, and then just paste it here, and then we know the task ID is 3, and then create deployment. I connect my wallet, Caper wallet.
That's long.
Oh, wait. Okay, so I have 3.3 AKT at the moment, and then all I will do is just use 0.5, and then continue. I'll make my transaction, approve the transaction. Let me just select this provider, the cheapest one. So it's NVIDIA P40. Let me just select accept the bid and then approve it. Now it's deploying. Let's just wait for the deployment to complete. Okay, so now it has been successfully created. You can see over this line, and scaling up the validator. So now this is active, so we can just leave it over here as we go along. Let's go back to my account. Not this one, home. So I have 2 active. So I have currently 2 active cluster deployed. So one is the Flock validator, the other one is the previous validator I did my test on. So now welcome in. You are now a validator that is deployed on top of Akash Network. Thank you very much, guys. If you have any questions, please tag along into our Discord. And also we have set up a dedicated validator chat to resolve any issues you have. Thank you very much. This is the end of this video.
Yeah. Thank you. So that's that's how easy it is to actually become a validator of Flock, and well, you can also easily become a trainer of Flock. But of course, for trainers, you have to understand a bit about how to train models, right? How to submit your model results, and that's a bit. It's a battlefield. So there are so very strong engineers in our community that they're doing so well. So yeah, that needs a bit of competition. But we welcome everyone who are confident about this. And then we will constantly to release more use cases that you see on our website. Our use cases are all connected with our business partners. So it's that's how we want to push through those use cases. And yeah, more features to come. As we mentioned, this is the single node training, and then we will do federal learning, the federal training as well. And also we will publish our white paper, which we have it already. It's quite detailed. So people say, yeah, we need to have a light paper to make sure it's more commercialized instead of the totally academic paper. So yeah, and then in the future about decentralized task creation for the single node machine learning, and also the community participation for single nodes and federal learning. So these are the roadmaps for actually and rest of this year. And yeah, so here are QR codes. You will find many of our resources and also the papers I mentioned, which we published on the top conferences and journals like IEEE TBD, IEEE TAI, and also Yeah, and also if you would just want to see the models, how it works, you can go to our beta site, beta.flux.io, which you will see lots of bots already there, and you can interact with them to see the results. So yeah, this is pretty much that for us, and thank you.
We are going to take a 5-minute break and reconvene back in here for Professor of University of Texas, Sriram Vishwanath. Welcome back. I have just a few housekeeping things that we want to talk through. Cenote over down the street right here has fresh food for dinner. So if you'd like to get some dinner after this talk, please feel free. Also, if you haven't already, check out the coffee shop, Dark Horse, next door. You have free haircuts and free tattoos on the house. We have already got one person who has a Akash tattoo. So super exciting. It is a female, so that's amazing. Please join me in welcoming Sriram Vishwanath from the University of Texas in Austin. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Awesome. Well, folks, thank you for having me. I'm super excited to be here. I think when I first met the Akash team, it was love at first sight, because the core value proposition of decentralized AI, and by the way, I'll talk not just about healthcare, but I'll also talk about 6G, just because I think both are an awesome opportunity to do decentralized AI. So decentralized AI, privacy preserving learning with applications to healthcare. I'm a professor at UT, but before I get started, I have to thank the people that have helped me be here today, right? And they're students, collaborators, and partners, right? These are people who are responsible for a lot of what I'll talk about today. It's great to be a professor. It's great to take credit, but it's actually the students who deserve the credit. Now, why am I so excited about decentralized AI? Why have I been so excited to work with Akash? It's because decentralized AI makes a lot of sense for certain applications. It makes a lot of sense. And I'm going to try to make the case today in the 20 minutes I have that it's not just certain small apps, it's not just niche cases, it actually makes global sense. And I'll talk about why it makes so much sense, hopefully, and convince you. You're already convinced, but hopefully convince you further in the next 15 minutes. OK, so for a while, I taught all the tech crypto classes at UT Austin, which is not Texas A&M, just to make sure, is just up the road. We're about 10 minutes away from UT Austin. UT Austin is the flagship school in Texas, and part of a big Texas UT ecosystem. We have 14 campuses, a bunch of medical campuses, and a bunch of 200,000 students or something like that. So I currently I used to do a lot of what's called information coding theory. Currently, I do a lot of AI and distributed systems. That intersection is fascinating. I have about 12 PhD students, exactly 12 PhD students, and then that's the division. So I have students who do AI, I have students who do crypto, but you won't believe this, there's very few who do both. And I see a genuine opportunity in doing both. So if you're interested, you're at the right space, in the right place, the right group, Akash, please come talk to me, because I'm looking for more people who think decentralized, but also think AI. All right. Oops. Let's see, did I overshoot? OK, so what's the problem? The problem is data is generated on the edge, right? It could be health systems. It could be IoT. It could be cellular. It could be sensors. Data is also consumed on the edge. In fact, models are used on the edge. Most inference systems try to be as distributed as possible. So why is modeling done in this centralized manner? If you think about it, most of AI ML, you'll see 99% is modeled in a centralized way. That means, typically, the mindset is pool the data, build, pre-train, fine-tune, and particularly pre-train, right? Centralized, and then finally distribute the inference. And the reason is because these systems are not co-architected. The data collection, the data orchestration, the data modeling, and ultimately consumption and inference, if they were co-architected, can be done in a much more decentralized way. And there's strong benefits in doing so, strong benefits in doing so. But the cons are very few. Okay, so why is decentralized ML an opportunity? It's an opportunity because the value in terms of the model itself, in terms of model parameters, in terms of what can be done in terms of sparsifying the model, improving the model, fine-tuning the model, can all be done in a decentralized way while offering a lot of the benefits of edge computing together with the benefits of cloud computing. And I'm going to go into different architectures that do that. I'm likely preaching the choir here. I know I'm in a mixed audience. Some people will go, oh, this is obvious. Some others might go, are you sure you can do everything centralized AI can in a decentralized way? And I'm going to tell you pretty much I can. In fact, in some applications, it's impossible to be centralized. It doesn't make sense. Okay. All right. So decentralized AI, again, comes in two flavors. There's a fully distributed AI. Message passing algorithms, belief propagation models, etc. A bunch of methods in distributed statistics means distributed machine learning. And there's what's called federated learning. I'll spend more time on federated learning. I think some of you are already very familiar with that concept, but I'm going to talk about it. If you're interested in fully distributed learning, that's one of my areas of interest. I'm very happy to talk to you about it. But in a fully distributed learning model, there is no master-slave. There is no central versus edge. It's peer-to-peer completely. In a federated learning model, it is structured to be partly central and partly distributed, okay? In that it's decentralized, but there's a distributed component and there's a central component. Now, I know most of you know what I'm talking about, but I'm just for emphasis going to go into this. There's data, and that data goes into what I'll call local edge models that then get pooled. The models get pooled, not the data. That then gets pooled into a central model, where the central model updates the local models as the updates come along. So the parameters here, and I'm going to try to use my pointer without looking away. Let's see. No, okay. All right. The parameters here are that the aggregation process is done in a privacy-preserving way, perhaps in a much more efficient way than a centralized framework, while the training and a lot of the heavy lift on the data side is done locally on the edge, right? And this doesn't have to be what's called the far edge. It doesn't have to be a phone. This can be done on what's called the near edge, which is different colos, different remote computing environments. And there is a significant benefit in doing so. All right. Okay. This slide is a big eye chart. There's a formal definition of federated learning, which essentially says I mix a centralized mechanism of building a model with the distributed way of capturing all the data in such a way that both worlds benefit. So why does this make sense? Okay, and we've known that this makes sense actually for a while. It makes sense for at least 4 reasons. It may make sense for more than 4 reasons, but at least 4 reasons. The biggest driver whenever people you hear about talking about distributed AI or federated AI is privacy. But honestly, privacy is not the only reason. Okay, privacy because the data never leaves the local environment. Okay, and the local environment doesn't have to be actually co-located. It can be a virtual local environment, right? So it could be data that is actually in Akash's network, but doesn't leave that network to go to the centralized server, right? So there is a way to structure this where the decentralized system manages the data and has all the right permissions just for that, while the model is still enhanced by everybody. One of the biggest factors you'll see is bandwidth conservation. data in many applications, especially real-time data, just cannot be uploaded. It doesn't make any sense. The locality of it. Now, locality is a big deal. You look at the applications I'll talk about, the locality will matter a lot. And finally, latency. I actually want to start doing real-time AI updates. In that case, if I'm doing real-time AI, I just cannot afford to be able pulling the data. Okay? So these are 4 major factors why decentralized AI is not just essential, it is critical. Right? In fact, the 2 problems I'll talk about, healthcare and 6G, I don't know how to solve them without decentralized AI. It's that big a deal, right? Because if I insisted I had a centralized model, I don't know what to do. I get totally hamstrung, right? Okay. Now, here are 2 examples of systems that you might have heard of that use federated learning or decentralized learning in general. You can do your traditional LLMs in a decentralized way. So anybody who told you that to build an LLM model, I need to have all the data pooled, no, you don't. Right? You can actually build traditional CNNs, RNNs, and then LLMs and general transformer models, multimodal transformer models in a federated way. That's number 1. Number 2, you can do applications such as Siri, and Siri actually does it in a federated way, right? Per the press release. And I believe the press release, so yes, per this press release, it does it in a federated way. Okay, so for those, see, Apple is not constrained, but per this press release has chosen to do this in a federated way. So why do it in a federated way, right? Privacy is a big concern. But there's an even bigger reason, okay? Let me take healthcare, and I have 9 minutes, so I'm going to take healthcare and then 6G and give you why decentralized AI is the only way to do them. Not the right way, the only way. Okay. What is the problem with healthcare, right? Let me go back. Privacy. Oh my God, privacy, right? The healthcare folks live and die by privacy. Privacy is a big deal. You might say bandwidth conservation is not a big issue in healthcare, and you're right. But even in healthcare, when you want to be able to do fMRIs and a whole bunch of data, centrally pooling it really doesn't make too much sense. Yes, if you're just dealing with regular records, maybe. But when you're dealing with much of the massive data sets that are often created, especially in an inpatient situation, pooling it doesn't make too much sense. The locality of it. Healthcare is hyperlocal. If you have a patient data in Northern California, you have patient data in Northern California. It does not correspond to the patients in Ohio and doesn't correspond to patients in Texas. Any claim that because you've seen a lot of patients in Northern California, that you know your patients in Texas is not correct. So it's hyperlocal. And if you ever want to do real-time inference, which we'll hopefully get to someday in healthcare, you do want to make sure that you can do real-time updates. But privacy is the biggest reason why in healthcare, federated learning is the only thing that makes sense. So whether it be local hospitals, whether it be payers, the Aetnas and Optums and the CMS in the US, or it be international ultimately, or it be ordinary users that may have their own devices they want to use to be able to do healthcare AI. This data collection is most effectively done and effectively pooled in terms of creating the model in a federated way. I cannot go into certain details of this, but there's a good reason a good healthcare foundation model doesn't exist today, okay? And the good reason for that is that even with anonymized data, healthcare data has to satisfy certain regulatory constraints. As you must have heard of Mayo and Google teaming together, you must have seen those press releases if you've not. But the Mayo and Google teaming together is going to only model Mayo's patients using Google resources. It doesn't scale. With decentralized data collection and modeling, we have perhaps not just the most promising solution, we have the only solution to be able to build a global model. Otherwise, it's the regulatory environment plus constraints, plus the fact that it's hyperlocal is going to drive, this makes it unscalable. All right. Now, in 6 minutes, I'm going to make the case for 6G next. So most of you have heard of 5G. Most of you are going, I've heard of 5G, what the hell is 6G, right? Or no? 6G is coming, and the work for 6G is happening now, right? So it's the next big thing in telecom. Tens of billions are going to be spent by every government each year on 6G, tens of billions, okay? And 6G, again, will have AI and metaverse natively integrated. That's part of the design. It'll do 10 gigabit per second with 1 millisecond latency, all right? So it'll be equivalent to your 10G-based copper connect or fiber connect. There's a huge opportunity here for everything edge AI. And there's an opportunity to really shape 6G right now, right, over the next year. Now, why 6G plus decentralized AI? In 6G, the problems, you remember the 4 problems? Privacy, bandwidth, latency, and what was the last one? Let's go back. Locality. 6G is a very interesting characteristic. It has all 4 problems, okay? If I try to do 6G AI in a centralized way, I'm going to drown. I can't be sending every user data or even network data up a pipe. I'll be sending petabytes every day. How do I manage actioning actual data if I'm also trying to send network data at the same time? I'm just going to throttle my pipe. Locality. What happens in Austin, Texas is very different from what happens in Fargo, North Dakota. It's very different from what happens in LA. The wireless environment is completely different. Latency. 6G is all about latency. If you don't get that file, you know, a user perceives latency more than they perceive anything else. So, the right way to do 6G is decentralized AI. And the beauty is everybody is coming to that conclusion. So edge AI, or fully distributed AI plus federated AI, are the most promising architectures for 6G. The model effectively can predict everything from where the congestion points is to which applications need to be served, what's called provisioning, network provisioning and tracking, to network security. I should say all down to network security. And I'm helping design this right now for 6G architectures. All right, so what's the summary here? Decentralized AI algorithms are the future of many applications, whether they be healthcare, 6G. I just gave you 2 applications. I've already promised Cheng and Greg that I'm going to give you many more in the future. And the reason is that the more I see the need for AI to be truly decentralized. There's an important point I want to make. This is not that decentralized AI is a cheaper, more scalable competition to centralized AI. It's that decentralized AI is the only solution. That centralized AI just cannot do this. I hope that makes sense. And that's a huge deal. I don't see centralized AI ever building a scalable foundation model for healthcare. I don't see centralized AI ever doing 6G. And so there's a big opportunity here. All right. Now, let me speak about teaming with Akash. So Akash is poised to be, I think, the solution for the world. And I'm looking to team with Akash to build the world's best decentralized AI solutions together. In fact, my hope is to bring some of these, not just use cases, but these transformative solutions in AI, not just healthcare. I think healthcare is great. Not just multimedia and metaverse, not just 6G, but beyond, to the Akash ecosystem. The goal is to target, hopefully, 24 startups in the space. And then we hopefully in the very near future, we'll be communicating a shared space, a way to make this happen, and we'll be sharing more details with you soon. So I appreciate your time. I have a minute left, and I'm really excited about decentralized AI. In fact, I could not, if this is the right place and time to change the way we think about AI, all the way from data collection, modeling to inference. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone that had a question? Sure.
Quick question, which is, how do you explain something this complex and heavy as a professor when you're obviously teaching your students, PhDs, other profs? It's a bit easier. How do you explain that to someone who's just interested in what you're doing? Let's say, you know, your aunt.
For sure. Can I get philosophical for a minute? Because hopefully that philosophy will help inform why I think the way I do. I believe there are at least 3, maybe 4 factors that make something work massively. Permissionlessness, composability, recursion, and ultimately some, atomicity at some level. Now, if a field has 4 characteristics, 3 of them being critical, it takes off like wildfire. AI and crypto have that in common. Permissionlessness until a point, composability, and the ability to recurse. Right? Now, the reason I'm making a big deal about this is that AI and crypto have architecturally a lot in common, much more than you think they do. If you were to use these 3 properties very effectively, the 2 are a positive cycle. They help each other and can be wildfire. So another way of thinking about it is AI doesn't have to be centralized, never had to be. We just did it that way because that's how we knew. If we think in the mindset of decentralization from the start, permissionlessness from the start, composability from the start, you can architect things that are naturally hand in glove and are much more powerful together than separate. It's 1 + 1 makes, by the way, I did my PhD in applied math, so I should never say this, but it's 1 + 1 makes much more than 2. There's a genuine opportunity to do that. All right, I'm over time. Well, thank you.
Take that. Thank you so much. We have a break for about 2 or 3 minutes. We're going to be filling in for a DePIN panel to begin at 5:30. Thank you. Welcome back to our last panel of the day, unpacking the potential of decentralized physical infrastructure. Today we have Micah, Senior Research Analyst at Messari. Please welcome him. Followed by Kevin, Head of Business Development at EdgeNode. And we have Rahul, AI Engineer at Foundry.
Awesome, yeah. We got some diverse speakers with some pretty interesting backgrounds. We got Kevin on the biz side for the graph, Rahul on the more technical side, being an AI engineer at Foundry. So could you guys just kind of introduce yourselves, give a little more color to that, and kind of what you guys do at your respective companies?
Go ahead, Rahul.
Sure. Hey everyone, Rahul here. So I work as an AI engineer at Foundry. Been at Foundry for about 2 years almost now. And I started off as a data engineer, but and Foundry is known in the Bitcoin ecosystem. But lately, Foundry has been venturing into the decentralized AI and DePIN space as well. And that's when I made the shift to this new team at Foundry called Foundry Accelerate, where we work on various decentralized AI projects and decentralized compute projects, including Akash as well. So yeah, pretty excited to be here and yeah, just share my thoughts about the space.
Awesome.
I'm Kevin. I work at EdgeNode, and I lead our business development and partnerships team. And that includes, there's a lot that goes into that. We're expanding multi-chain, and we work on the Graph protocol. So the Graph protocol supports 50+ blockchains, but then we also support dApp developers. dApp developers use data services like the Subgraph data service that enables the front end of their decentralized applications to query blockchain data and smart contract events in a decentralized way. And EdgeNode is one of the founding core developers who works on the Graph protocol, and we're just really excited about DePIN, excited about how the entire Web3 stack can be decentralized. The decentralization of data is something that we think will take a little bit longer, but we're excited to have been working on it for 6 years and to continue adding additional data services that provide value to dApps.
Yeah. Awesome. Now, I'm kind of curious about what you guys think are some of the key factors driving growth within the DePIN sector. I see sort of like cheap unit economics, convenience being two of the big factors. Like for example, Akash compute costing like a fraction of AWS, and consumers being able to really scale their operations at the drop of a hat. So I'm kind of curious what you guys see as growth factors within your respective areas. So like Rahul, where do you see as key factors driving growth in Foundry or DePIN overall?
So okay, so.
Oh. Let's
Yep.
Hey, sorry, I'm slipping on stage late.
No worries, yeah.
A little slow.
Let's welcome Megan Klimen from the Filecoin Foundation.
I was trying to make a dramatic entrance,
Hi, Micah. Megan.
Yep, Megan, would you want to introduce yourself and what exactly you do at the Filecoin Foundation?
Sure, I'm Megan Klimen. I'm one of the heads of the Filecoin Foundation. We have like everything in Web3, an unusual management structure. So we have a management committee instead of a CEO. And Filecoin, for anybody who doesn't know, is a decentralized cloud storage platform. So anybody can open up their hard drive, a little bit like Airbnb for cloud storage. So anybody can store a little bit of data, and collectively we're able to create real competition for something like AWS or Google Cloud by leveraging the ability to decentralize cloud storage.
Awesome. Yeah. So Megan, what do you see as like some of the key growth factors for maybe Filecoin or just DePIN in general?
I mean, I think we're in a really exciting time for DePIN, right? Like, I think that this is something that's been happening for a long time, but I think that a lot of the current big trends in tech, especially AI, are really like highlighting all the things that we're able to do with DePIN, right? Like the way that we can utilize decentralized physical networks as a way to really reclaim a lot of the tech that we lost in Web 2, you know? That we can like bring back this idea to make things open source, to make things really owned by the people, and to make things really like focused on users.
Awesome. Yeah. Rahul, what do you see?
So I think it's more about product maturity in this space. Like, so as a company, as Foundry, we tend to get into protocols, try to support these protocols in various manners, like probably building infrastructure, building out intelligence, or things like that. But so I think in terms of growth in the DePIN sector, I'd probably narrow it down to two different aspects. One is product maturity, because we need blockchains, or we need projects that are mature enough for us to build on top of. That is one thing. And the second thing would be the incentivization part, because how cool is it? The fact that you can actually contribute intelligence or compute or anything for that matter of fact and actually get paid for it. So I think these are the two main things that I look at in terms of growth. And I think it's something that's starting to resonate with a lot of people, because what's the point of having a project if you're not able to build on top of it? And the fact that there is product maturity in the space right now, and the ability for people to get involved with it, be it at an early stage or a fairly later stage, it just gives people the chance to understand what the project has to offer. And people are liking what they see, because they're also getting paid at the same time to contribute intelligence or compute or any physical infrastructure for that matter of fact. So yeah, I think I would narrow it down to product maturity and like the innovative incentive mechanism.
Yeah. And so, Kevin, is there anywhere you'd like to add color into that pretty robust explanation?
I think going back to what I think is going to drive growth in this area, I think the world is starting to wake up to what happened in Web 2. Users sort of being the product, the most successful business models being advertising revenue driven, focusing on watching users' data and then monetizing it based on whatever the highest bidder is interested in. I think that these are problems that snuck up on us. These are problems that we didn't really see happening, but now people are really starting to wake up. And those problems manifest themselves at the infrastructure layer first, but then also all the way up the stack. I think that Web 2, the most decentralized component, was Linux, the deepest component of the stack. But then everything above that, all the traffic on the internet, consolidated into just a few user-facing applications. That didn't necessarily have to happen that way, but it did. I think the mission that we're all on is rewriting the stack in a way that kind of rights some of these wrongs. And it takes this DePIN network to do that. It takes Filecoin, the Graph, Akash, and many, many more projects to re-architect a future where compute and data are things that are public goods. They're free to all. Anybody with a program can deploy it in a low-cost way, in a censorship-resistant way. And compute and the ability to run software should be as available as the air that we breathe. There's no reason why it should be walled off and monopolized. And so I think that we're still in the early stages of that becoming a well-known idea, something that motivates people. But I think that folks will start to want that for their children. Folks will start to want to live in a world that has that as a foundational kind of infrastructure. And I think that's going to generate all the growth. once people start to wake up to the fact that there actually is an alternative. These alternatives are still pretty niche, but as we all work together and as they grow, end users will realize that there isn't just one search engine anymore. There isn't just one LLM anymore. There's choice, and that choice will be made available, I think, through DePIN and this, all of the folks working on decentralized infrastructure.
Awesome. And I think and I think what kind of like a core piece of DePIN, of course, is the decentralized nature of it, and the fact that you don't want all of these aspects of DePIN networks operating within silos. So I'm kind of curious where all of you think maybe there could be collaboration within different projects. So like where could the graph collaborate with Filecoin? Where could Filecoin collaborate with Foundry, et cetera?
Well, we already do a little bit of work with Filecoin.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we're excited to do more. Really, and I know IPFS is sort of came out of the same kind of group of thinkers. When a subgraph, which is a way to query smart contract data, when that gets deployed to the decentralized network, there are files associated with that deployment. And in an effort to make sure that all things are decentralized associated with the graph, the subgraph manifest is actually deployed using IPFS, and that file is stored in a distributed way. Also, the Filecoin team just released an EVM, and Graph Node is getting incorporated into that EVM. And so those are just a couple examples, but there's a lot more we can do. I also would like to see indexers using Akash Compute. And I think that we just released a white paper on the graph as AI infrastructure. Our indexers are going to need GPUs, and I'd love to see some of them lease GPUs and run LLMs on the graph data.
Awesome, Rahul. You got anything to add?
I think so. We're in a slightly different spot at Foundry because we don't have our own project per se, but instead what we do is we look at collaborating with other projects that are building some really cool projects, like really cool platforms on the compute side, the data side, the AI side of things, and all of that. So we operate on a slightly different basis, which is we try to understand what new projects are coming out. We try to figure out where there is that match for us and how we think we can potentially contribute to that particular ecosystem. And also at the same time, like for example, you have a couple of subnets on BitTensor, which offer compute, and Akash actually has a partnership with those subnets to be that source of compute. So I do see that potential match between various DePIN projects coming into the picture. And for a matter of fact, like there might be a scenario where there's like an MLOps platform which actually uses Filecoin or the graph for data storage, Akash for compute resources, and then looks at serving models on like different platforms. So I think we have just scratched the surface in terms of where this sector is currently at, and there's just a lot more to come as time progresses.
Yeah. Awesome. And Megan, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've sort of covered it, that there's like I think a lot of places for overlap. But I want to say like the fundamental thing to me is like we're all building towards the same vision of the future. We're all building towards the same vision of a censorship-resistant way of sharing information that sort of takes over the current Web 2 like paradigm that we're in, this like walled garden paradigm where things like work well, they're safe, and they're user-centric. And I think that lots of times in like the wider like crypto space, I think because people oftentimes think of crypto and blockchain as like an investment mechanism, they sort of like lose sight of the like fundamental technology that we're trying to build. And we're not actually opposed to each other. These are not things like you're choosing one over the other. Like, we are all people who are trying to build a similar future, and we are all like working in collaboration, you know?
Awesome. And Megan, if I'm correct, I think you have experience as a multi-time founder. So I'm kind of curious from your perspective as a founder, what are some of the core obstacles or challenges you see as DePIN starts to gain even more traction?
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of the people who came into crypto through the technology side, right? So my prior company was a biotech company that really became dependent on doing like large scale analysis of really large sample sizes, where at the time we were looking to computerize pathology and histology to make it more similar to radiology. And I think that I think that there's like a saying in like hardware startups that like hardware is hard, and it's true. Like, everything's slower, everything's harder. But it is fundamentally important. Like, at the end of all the bits, like you have actual physical infrastructure, and I think that like we're really seeing in the recognition that's coming to DePIN right now the ways that we can use decentralized mechanisms to reclaim this physical infrastructure and use it to really like put the power back in the hands of users, by like making a lot of things much more open source, bring us out of the walled gardens that we're in Web 2. And I think that like these big scale things that we're trying to do right now are going to be hard, but I really see people rallying to do them.
Yeah. And Rahul, on the technical side, do you see any big like challenges or obstacles as DePIN grows?
So the way I see it, I feel like there are going to be a whole new set of problems that come up that we haven't even thought about yet. They'll probably just, strike us at some point, and it'll just be so difficult for us to think about those problems. But I think there are a few things that I'd like to hint at. Like, one, I think the security aspect is one thing that I would kind of be worried about as time progresses, because with because end of the day, you are putting things on a blockchain, but blockchains are only as good as the people building it, because it's code after all. So that's one thing. And also, people are coming up with really smart ways to cheat different systems, and how are you going to build a foolproof or blockchain that's resistant to fraud, and fraud of resources, or just spoofing in general, right? Because there are a couple of projects which have been spoofed lately in terms of resources and stuff. So that's one thing. And I think there is another aspect, which is the developer and the customer experience. How are you going to build something that abstracts away the Web3 component from the customers, the end customers? Because end customers, they don't care about what they're using. They just want a product that is easy for them to use. And if you're going to give them all sorts of wallets to connect with, it's just not going to do the trick for them. And on the developer side, I think this is going to be a little tricky. So I think this is where another aspect of interoperability comes into the picture. For example, let's say I build a machine learning model on the BitTensor network for one of the subnets. And as a developer, I want to maximize my return. So how can I deploy that model on another platform, on another decentralized AI platform? Because I want it to be as easy as possible for me, but I don't want it, and I also want to get that incentive out of it, but I don't want to spend too much time figuring out the nuances behind that. I think that's where I would the example of Ethereum is a good thing, because Ethereum has the EVM system, and then you build a smart contract on any EVM compatible chain, you can literally port it to any other EVM compatible chain. So I think the developer experience aspect is one thing that really we needs to figure it out. And yeah, I think these are a few things that we'll start looking at as time progresses.
Awesome. And as we wrap up, I want to ask everybody, so why does physical infrastructure need to be decentralized in the first place? What is the why to all of this, why we're all building in this space? Kevin?
So that it can be as user-owned as possible and resilient and always available.
Yeah, I think the first question that should be coming is, do we really need to decentralize every infrastructure out there? I think it boils down to that question about machine learning and artificial intelligence about 5-6 years back, where everyone started doing the easiest of problems with AI/ML, and you didn't even have to do that. You could just do it with simple if-else statements or something like that. So yeah, I think that would be the first question to be asked. But yes, assuming the answer to that is yes, I think the main thing is like making sure that there's no single point of failure on something that I'm using. Because if I'm using an AWS for like data storage or compute, there are chances that it goes down and I won't be able to use things. But at the same time, if I'm using like Filecoin or Graph for for data storage or data retrieval, and Akash for compute, even if one of the nodes go down, I'm still able to use the service. So it'll just be the single point of failure aspect for me.
Yeah. Megan, you want to wrap this up with
Sure.
final?
Yeah, I'm going to say everything trickles down from its base source. So like if you don't have decentralized, physical infrastructure, it's really hard to make the argument that you're going to have decentralized anything else on top of it.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thank you. I think that concludes the panel. Thanks.
Thank you so much, panelists, for being here. We are going to resume in about 5 minutes. They just told me to do that. Thank you all panelists for being here. We are going to resume in 5 minutes for a Q&A time with Greg Osuri. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be having a Q&A session with CEO of Overclock Labs, Greg Osuri. If you would like to ask a question, please use the mic in the back. Thank you.
Question 1. You can ask me anything, including where I got the hat from. Happy to answer, or why I got the hat as well. Where I got the hat, I think from Alan Boots. I mean, my memory is so bad now. After having a first child, the first month, I think it's called Alan's Boots down South Congress Avenue, and there's a store next to it. I forgot the name of the store, but if you're looking for a hat, they can make custom hats that look good on you, Texas style. Why? Because I moved to Texas, to Austin, Texas, about a year ago from San Francisco, California. And, I love the culture and starting to acclimate a little bit. I think Texas represents the values that are aligned more with the crypto values in general, in my sense. But, of course, it's a personal opinion. Nothing to diss on California or anything. I love California. Well, except the administration.
Hi, Chang, big fan of Akash. Greg, can you explain to us what Accelerate means to you? I see you have it on your shirt.
Well, EAC, I mean, I don't know how many people know the EAC movement, or effective acceleration, or not effective acceleration, EAC stands for something else. But essentially, what EAC stands for? Not effect. What's it? E in ACK. Effective acceleration, right?
Yeah, accelerationism.
Accelerationism. So acceleration is just going things faster. I think Akash has, we've come from 0 to 1 so far, and now we need to go from 1 to 100. And the only way to go from 1 to 100 is to accelerate. 0 to 1 is we walk, right? So we're at that stage of inflection point. I think the word is spreading. Today we saw NVIDIA AI Twitter account tweet out about Akash randomly. I mean, Akash doesn't have a partnership with NVIDIA, or we actually don't talk to them. But just randomly seeing Akash in the wild is what acceleration is. I think we're at the stage where people are using it, people are liking it, people have opinions, people are building. We have amassed an enormous community, about 500 open source developers now contributing to Akash. We want to make that 5,000 by the time we have the next Accelerate. So hopefully this event will mark the milestone where we start accelerating.
Could you please lay down the roadmap for a startup to be accelerated on Akash? If that involves, developers, dApps, like every other system, do you have grants, an investor ecosystem to offer? So many things that the chains and the infrastructures of the world have to. What are yours?
So fortunately, what Akash offers is a very valuable resource that's not available anywhere. It's GPUs, high-density GPUs. Right now, it's next to impossible to get high-density H100s, which is one of the most advanced GPUs NVIDIA makes, on the traditional cloud. So people come to Akash to get access to a resource that they can't get access to. I call it the spice. Spice must flow, right? So fortunately, we're in a position where we don't need to incentivize further to get adoption, which is great. Another question I think about how we get basic apps is not a question anymore. People are using Akash. People are getting Akash. People that integrate Akash see the value in Akash, and that I think is organic in nature. What do we do to go beyond, or really amass growth? I think is to make sure that we have enough supply. Because right now, our problem is we are great for startups, we're great for smaller projects, but are we good for massive AI training jobs? We're not there yet. And how do we get there is to have enormous supply, right? And do we care at this stage? I don't think we care as much as we care about getting more users instead of one large customer, right? So we're, in a way, already accelerating. It's a very unique value proposition, unlike another layer one, we're just competing with Ethereum. So Ethereum, if you remember, didn't have grants in the beginning, right? Why? Because Ethereum was the only programmable blockchain. There was nothing like Ethereum before, right? Similarly, there's nothing like Akash. Right? Akash right now is the first and only on-demand compute platform that can offer high-density GPUs on demand. And there's nothing like Akash, right? So when you are the first mover, you don't need to add additional icing on the cake to get to what typically are very common in other ecosystems. And also other DePIN comparisons, right? So we see storage, we see, which is essentially a commodity. Like we have Filecoin, which is just a cheaper AWS S3. It's a commodity, right? It's not a scarce resource. So when you have to have people use a commodity, you got to differentiate yourself somehow, right? So Filecoin has to give out grants. Filecoin has to incentivize folks to come on demand, essentially, to use Filecoin. But Akash doesn't need to, right? At least for the GPU compute, yeah, we may need to give other incentives for non-GPU compute. So in that sense, are we doing any specific grants to incentivize demand? Not necessarily so, but we are looking at identifying next generation of builders, because I think that is going to put us in a better position than trying to get as much as demand possible. And these next generation of builders are in universities, students, right? And it's very parallel to what NVIDIA did. If you think about when they started their AI program with CUDA, they went to universities and they did a phenomenal job with university activation. We're following the footsteps of NVIDIA, and turns out a lot of universities are impossible. A lot of kids in university, as you heard Sriram earlier, who's a professor at University of Texas, it's impossible for them to get GPUs on demand, because if you're a university student trying to go to Amazon and trying to get some GPUs, they're not going to give it to you because you're not making them enough money, right? They reserve GPUs for the highest bidding customers. So we have a unique opportunity where Akash is perfect for university students. There's a story in Semaphore recently that talked about Ishan, who was earlier, using Akash and whatnot. So it's a very amazing story. So we're going to do quite a lot of university activation. We do have grants for that because university students are poor and they're not funded. They need some little help more than extra icing on a cake. So we're going after that as our next generation of builders that we want to attract. Other than that, we do have a grants program that gives grants out to open source projects, and that's very important for us. Akash is a public utility, it's open source, and we want to encourage more open source on Akash. So if anyone that's enhancing Akash value that's open source, we will give out grants, right? So that's really how we're looking at accelerating, and so far it's working. Our quarter releases and our data indicates, what our method is actually working. And we're going to continue to do that till we see a deviation, and then we got to make adjustments.
I've got a question just along the same lines. Do you see more of the demand wanting to outpace the supply, or the supply more wanting to outpace the demand? And do you think that the strategy of balancing that has worked pretty well, or do y'all plan on altering that strategy to balance that supply and demand in the future?
Good question. So the question is, does supply outstrip demand or demand outstrip supply, right? It really is variable, right? Until about 2 months ago, we had demand outstrip supply, especially for high density chips, for H100s, A100s. So then we were struggling to get supply, and now we have more supply, and we don't have enough demand that's consistent, right, to match the supply. I think our utilization is somewhere around 25, 30%, which is very healthy for any network. But before we had more supply, our utilization was 90+% for high density chips, right? So it really is non-linear for us to pinpoint exactly what's important. That's why we have the provided incentives program where we do incentivize supply. We never incentivize demand. We made a choice for doing, a purposeful choice because the demand for high density chips are so high. Folks that have these chips are having multiple offers from people that want the chips. So we had to create an attractive program that guarantees some degree of earnings for these chip holders, right? So it's no longer they're just giving their underutilized. I mean, these are underutilized chips for the company, but even underutilization has multiple offers from people that want to take these chips. But they're, Akash being open source, and if we can guarantee some degree of consistent payments, they tend to take. So we know scaling supply is much easier with incentives than scaling demand, right? Because it's like literally going to a store and seeing racks empty or racks full. I'd rather have a store that has racks full and less customers instead of a store where racks are empty and a lot of customers. That's how we look at it. So yeah, so we want to incentivize supply, and it's easier to incentivize supply than to incentivize demand. And the only way to get demand is to build better products and make it easier. And we have multiple integrations. We saw Brev, we saw Prime Intellect. We have multiple companies that are integrating Akash every month. And we want to, right now we're doing 1 integration a month. And we want to ideally see 3 integrations a month because these integrations are actually getting us the awareness and usage. So Brev, like NVIDIA's tweet about Akash today was not because Akash's core team approached NVIDIA, it's because NVIDIA uses Brev, they love Brev, and Brev uses Akash, right? So, and that by indirectly got us the usage from NVIDIA, and that's the kind of things that we need to do when we talk about distribution, right? The second order effects are very, very surprising and also amazing when it works.
Hi, also a big fan of Akash. So if you were able to restart your growth of Akash from the start, what is something you do differently this time?
I wouldn't do anything differently. So, to be honest, like Akash, when we launched, for context, Akash didn't have any big name VCs funding Akash. We didn't have big name tier 1 listings. We didn't have any of because tier 1 listings come with big name VCs and yada, yada, yada. I think that was a blessing in disguise because that made us very resourceful, made us very market focused when it comes to building a community, right? The community didn't come from credibility, but rather came from just pure, organic, relationship building or organic DevRel, for lack of a better word, right? So we launched a bunch of testnets. We had a product that was very aligned with validators and developers, and a lot of these validators are very technical. And they were exposed to Akash because it's easy for them to understand, and they would get some free tokens when you use Akash in the testnets before Akash was liquid. So we were able to amass a lot of validators and a lot of developers using that model, and we did that for about a year. So Akash ran testnets for about a year. And this is in 2018, 2019, before airdrops were a thing or before incentivization was very early. Like we didn't only incentivized network that's kind of DePIN was Helium at that time, and I mean Helium was in 2019. This is way before that, right? So, so it was very early on. Like, how do you really design a developer program, developer incentive program? So we made a lot of mistakes, obviously, like because being first ones. But we created a template that's now followed by a lot of new projects, right? So we did that really well. If I were to redo a lot of things, I would say better clients, I think, at least fundamental basic clients. One of the design decisions we made was not to build a client, right? So CloudMost happened to be the first client built by community. We didn't build a web client. We could have done a better job with CLI and documentation. I think that's where we kind of didn't do a great job because things were moving so fast and we had to push. And long story short, but I think our first version we did a great job. Second version we didn't do a good job. So I would change that. Really good documentation adds credibility and adds quality to a project. And a lot of engineers, we look at product, we don't look at documentation because we're so busy building and shipping. But end of the day, here we are, right? Who's to say what we did wrong or what we did right? End of the day, the proof is in the pudding, and it's amazing to see how much people love Akash and use Akash. But also, I think I would focus more on like the reducing the friction. I think the mistake we made was we built a product that's great for scale, not necessarily a product where you can just tinker quickly. Right, so most people using Akash tend to be users of, let's say, DigitalOcean, where you can boot up a instance and SSH and quickly debug, right? Akash using containers, that's just not possible. It's a different model. A lot of times we didn't even have SSH, right? Like, so we had to introduce like command line SSH capabilities, right? So we made it very hard to tinker. That kind of didn't attract a lot of developers. Even though you're an advanced developer, you still want that basic way to get started instead of like doing all the work to just use Akash. I think we made the getting started much easier. It's funny I say that because if you look at my GitHub, all my repos that has over 1,000 stars, or which I consider to be successful, use my NVIDIAs and of the world, all had phenomenal get started. Like if you look at it, it's easy to get activation. We didn't do a similar activation job on Akash, and I think I would change that. Yeah. Thanks for a good question.
All right, I got another one. As the space continues to grow and Akash paving the way, there are copycats coming out left, right, and center, right? What can you tell us that'll help arm this particular audience, anyone who's listening, rewatching this at home, with something that can help them describe what Akash is relative to these other copycats and what makes Akash different?
So I would not really, well, so obvious copycats, but also there's obvious competition, right? Akash being the first one in a big market, it'll be weird if we're the only one because, that's something off, right? Like any decent problem will have multiple people working on them, and rightfully so, we have competition for Akash. There are two categories, I would say, competition. One, I would say true innovators that identify a missing piece of Akash and really have their own theses and how to fix that missing piece. And the second type is just pure clones, right? See, Akash is successful. If Akash can do that, I can do it too. So from like innovators, I would say like they're really good protocols. Johnston is a great one. They've really done enormous amount of work. The PhD theses, they're like, okay, we're going to do federated training on heterogeneous systems. That even though Johnston is competition to Akash, I think that's a great. They're doing it because of a thesis that they built that they worked on for a long time. They didn't do it because they want to compete with Akash. And I think that's one category of projects. But second category, I don't want to name names. Are just straight up clones, right? Like, and it's easy to point it out because the question you should be asking is like, if Akash exists, why do you exist? Because we as open source builders believe in building on foundations laid by previous generation. Like you build on top of Akash. If there's a piece that's missing, you put that piece and build on top of Akash. And if Akash can't really solve being open source, you can contribute the code to Akash, right? And there's also incentives. There's a whole lot of like infrastructure behind Akash that you get paid for. So you just don't have to do for free or because you feel good about it, right? So the big difference tend to be a lot of folks are closed source, right? If you're closed source, you just don't know what's happening on the back end. And the reason they're closed source is we heard a lot of them just fork Akash and they don't want to admit it. So there's that one reason they're closed source. The second is they don't want to they have reasons to lie. We saw another protocol that just straight up lied about the numbers, and they got caught, and they said they got hacked. Apparently, hacker put numbers that are beneficial to them somehow. So totally believable. They took actions to rectify their security holes, and and there are a lot of projects that are raising at billions of dollars of valuation to compete with Akash, right? And people don't forget, Akash launched at $15 million valuation, right? We didn't launch at billions of dollars, and all these valuations, whatever we have right now, came because of market, and it was market driven, right? So would Akash be as successful as it is if we launched at $1 billion valuation? I don't think so. I don't think we will be. I'll be plain and honest, because the only way to build good products, I believe, is the constant, consistent grind with customer iteration. Identify customer problem, grind till you can solve the problem. A $1 billion company is not in iterative mode. They're just about capturing as much value as possible, right? So I'd be surprised if there are networks that would launch at $1 billion valuation with a lot of customers. That's just not real. And when that's not real, you got to lie about the numbers. And you get caught, you lie another lie, right? So this space is so riddled with scams, and that we owe to ourselves to get rid of those scams. If we don't self-regulate, the regulators will come and regulate us. We saw what happened with SBF, and we saw with pretty much all these scams. And when you talk about bad things about crypto, people point to SBFs of the world. Nobody talks about good things because they don't want to, right? So we owe it to ourselves to self-regulate. And the way you self-regulate is to identify, and these kinds of, closed source, doesn't use a blockchain, has a user login with a password, but calls permissionless somehow, right? Like, takes your email address. Don't ever give your email address for a decentralized protocol. That's just not a decentralized protocol when asked for an email address. And look for markers, aggressively marking against a different protocol. Advertising, like Jensen doesn't advertise as a better Akash, right? Like they are, Jensen, I talk highly of them because they're very true to their needs, even though they compete with us, right? So these are some of the things you got to look out for. And we do a lot of policy work. We go to DC, we represent, the industry, and the last thing we want to be talking about is all these scams in front of these legislators, right? And everybody's watching. A lot of the legislators know Akash, and and we are in such a public light that we will never take shortcuts. Even though people do things to prop up numbers, but we will never do that, right? And also, like, a lot of people make these crazy claims, and if you have no way to verify the claims, that's an obvious scam. And general claims are like, oh, we solved distributed trading. No one solved distributed trading. Google DeepMind wrote a paper on it. They haven't solved distributed trading, right? Jensen is trying to solve. No one. If someone comes and says they solved distributed trading for machine learning, no, they have not. That's just the reality. So when people make these massive claims, check what their credibility is, what their background is, right? If a KOL turned a distributed systems engineer in 3 years, probably not a probably not a real thing, so, yeah.
To extend the question of what you have something done differently since inception, what was the hardest feature for you to implement during the journey of making Akash possible? So let's say in previous couple of years, we spent, like, Akash shipped basically persistent storage, IP leases, GPU support, private container support. So
yeah,
if you can tell more about
the
that.
hardest feature, I would say in my book, everybody has their different versions, but when Akash was built, there was literally zero stability in Cosmos. Akash is the first IBC chain, like inter-blockchain communication chain. So Akash was an experiment for Cosmos, right? So the most difficult thing was just to get the damn thing working in a decentralized manner, right? Like Cosmos, before Akash launched, the Cosmos chains were Cosmos Hub, which is basically a vanilla chain, doesn't do anything, right? just as a token in a chain. It has no functionality. The moment you start putting functionality on a Cosmos chain, that's when the real things come out. So we ended up building, when we started building, it was Tendermint. There was no Cosmos. We ended up building all the modules for Cosmos because modules did not exist. So we took forever to build all that stuff that exists. Now you can just pick and choose and call it modular architecture, but hey, we put the M in the modular architecture, right? Because we were the first to create modules, you know? So now you can just pick and literally like Lego blocks, you can build an L1, right? It's beautiful, right? There are meme coins with L1s right now that you can just boot up within days, right? The hardest part was doing that, and the worst part was migrating. So Cosmos eventually got their shit together, and they were like, okay, we're going to create this thing called Cosmos SDK with all the modules. So we were presented to the choice whether to migrate our modules to Cosmos modules or get rid of them and implement Cosmos modules in our code. So I remember Adam, bless his heart, I don't know where he is right now, but Adam Bosnich, my co-founder, literally disappearing for a few weeks and deleting like 70,000 lines of code from Akash core repo, because less code, the better it is generally. Always, rule of thumb, less code, better. Don't write more code. More code means bigger attack surface. Less code means less attack surface, right? So we deleted 70,000 odd lines of code to implement Cosmos SDK, and that was painful, right? And we got IBC working. Interblockchain was the first time ever interoperability worked in crypto, period, right? Akash is the first interoperable chain in crypto without bridges, without all the nasty things. So 2 blockchains, Cosmos Hub and Akash. The first IBC transaction happened between Akash and Cosmos chain to chain without bridges. It's beautiful, right? So that was very complex. That's why you see in most of the Cosmos projects when Osmosis launched, pool number 3 and pool number 4 are Akash, because there is no other Cosmos project, right, that was interoperable capable. So I think getting interoperability working was super challenging because it's cross-chain settlement and cross-chain security agreements, right? So security is very, very hard in crypto. Cool. I think we are out of time.
Yeah, please give her.
Amazing.
Thank you, Greg. And thank you, everyone who tuned in today. We were actually live with over 10 different watch parties all around the world, as well as live streamed between our locations here today. I'd like to welcome you all to join us for an after party in the back. We have lots of food, lots of drinks. Please, I'm not saying get drunk, but have fun. We had a long day, a lot of networking. So yes, join us. We also have more food over at Cenote, which is out and to the left, as well as over to the right. We still have opportunity for you to get an Akash tattoo, as well as a haircut over at the coffee shop next door.
So before we wrap up, I just want to show the original Akash design from 2015. This is when we started working on Akash. I still keep notes. This is the thing I showed earlier, but this is the original Akash design. Can we do NFT? Yeah, we can. I mean, this whole notebook. And this was the first roadmap. And you'll see the roadmap has not changed. We kept getting it better, but it has not changed. The date here is 2019, San Francisco, right? So, yeah, keeping up the consistency is a thing about Akash that we take very dearly.
All right, you can feel free to join everyone out back. Thank you so much for coming.